They came for the colors. That's why we're here. We are here to splash around colors and to look at them and enjoy them and love them and make stuff with them. That is why we're here, right? That's why I'm here. That's why I hit that button tonight, to splash color. I got a little spread I put out here that's relevant to some of the things that I'm going to be speaking about tonight. Something came to me today that was really special as I was kicking around what I was going to talk about. I have a little idea usually of the direction I'm going to go. And I just kind of leave it there so that I leave it open to intuition and open to the energy of the space and all that. And it always winds up awesome. So I'm just going to allow that to happen. But there's some things that came up that are really cool. And one of them is related to the Orphic egg and that whole concept of that story. And I've told that story here so many different ways. And this is one of those ways that I haven't actually touched on yet. And it's one that there's some people here even that are kind of part of the inner circle that have some expertise. And so I'm going to present it in my way tonight in a very certain, specific manner. That's kind of centered around where this came from, this object that I want to share, which is a real, in the world Orphic egg. It's not a joke. I'm going to show you a real Orphic egg tonight, and it is very powerful magic. And we're going to talk about what that means. What is an Orphic egg? That's some interesting thing. You'll see it. Maybe we've seen it in some iconography or some other places. And you know, this image is very holy. And it symbolizes something very special. And what it is the product of the work. It's the thing that is created from the love, the dance. And now, so what we're going to be talking about tonight is a slightly different telling of that story. And that telling is related to this beautiful cosmic relationship with oneself, which is really what is happening right now, and how we express that through the other, and what the other really is, right? And I think this story, of the many that I've pointed the truth using, really gets to the core of a very important sort of secret doctrine with respect to this knowledge. And it's not a secret from some willful hiding. It's more of a secret that it's not readily obvious to us when we explore this from our current mindset, our current understanding of our worldview, which is very highly dualistic, very highly imperialistic, and has at its core fundamental religious concepts that we have to sort of entertain from a different perspective so that we might decode the real meaning and to potentially reveal some of these personality traits, some of these qualities in ourselves that are really just a reflection of the society, of the outside world, of the dogma, rather than the truth that is trying to point at. And so we can't fall into the trap of religion, but rather we have to look for the wisdom that it's trying to point to. And so the story today is a very good example of that, because what it is that it's approachable from our language system, the kind of way that we think here in the West. But at the same time, it points to a very beautiful truth that transcends culture. It transcends religion and race and these things. But the real beauty here is that the story is so holy. It can be told anyway. It could be seen anywhere. I use the words, if you have the eyes to see or the ears to hear. The truth is everywhere, and you could read the room. You could see it all over the place. And when it becomes your being, when you enter the inner sanctum, when you come to the one truth, when you see the other, and you see yourself in them, and you recognize that other is everything you aren't or thought you weren't, it's a beautiful circumstance, because now the story is the only thing you see. It's the only thing you hear. It's the only thing that becomes available to you in your life, and that means that you have access to everything. So I wanted to look at the story in an interesting, quick way before I get started on the actual topic tonight. Kitten, how's it going? Brianna, Luana, thank you for coming in, everybody. And today's very cool. Again, this came to me, and this is an object that has been in my presence for much longer than I remember. Very interestingly, Milo DuQuette said something on one of his podcasts recently, where he said, go back to your old work and peek at it. And as you progress as a magus, or as you progress as a spiritualist, or as you progress in your own work, in finding yourself, you change, you evolve, your vocabulary changes, and all these things evolve. And most importantly is that you develop new lenses. You develop ways that you can see the world with your heart. You can see the world with your body. You can see the world with your spirit. You can see the world through the heart of another, the body of another, the spirit of another. And so how beautiful to entertain your old workings with somebody else's heart and eyes. Great stuff. And so I started doing that. And some very neat stuff came from that. And so, I began exploring a couple of decks recently here on the channel, and you've seen me go through that process here. And there's one here. I'm not going to approach it the same way. But what I'm going to do is just tell the story with a couple of words real quick that we're going to touch on tonight, related to the Orphic mysteries and this idea of this beautiful dance of love with oneself. And the product of that being this magical, mysterious thing that you've seen for millennia related to this Orphic egg, this egg with a snake spinning up. And what is that symbol? We see it in tarot, we see it in alchemy, we see it in the clouds if we're looking. We see it in our hearts if we know. And what is this thing? And who's this crazy guy on the internet that's telling me he has one in his possession and he's going to show it to us? Well, it's true. It's a solid thing. This isn't some kind of loot. I'm not going to show you a picture. I'm going to show it to you, put it on the desk. We're going to look at it. We're going to talk about what it looks like, and we're going to talk about what's inside. Because that's really what we're here for. We're not here to look at the egg. We're here to look at what's in the egg. And it's, spoiler, really beautiful. Really beautiful what's in there. It's going to knock you out. The Magician. I love this example because, why did we come here again? I kind of said it in the beginning. It was a throwaway. We came for the colors. That's why we're here. We came for the colors. And so this Magician is beautiful because it shows that happening. Like here he is, and he's doing his work. And the person who created this deck obviously gets the truth, because what is he doing? What is the goal of his work but to create himself, looking out into the world and seeking the other? And what a beautiful example of that, this sort of hollow face with the pineal gland activated, coming out of the cup, which is the product of his work, which is actually coming from infinity, right? It's a beautiful representation of the work of the Magus. Now let's look at the base of the cup. It's an eye, exactly. Just gorgeous. And now, who is the mate of the Magician? If we're talking about this idea of this story and that everything is really just an interplay of this dance of the divine feminine and the divine masculine, then who is the mate for the Magician? Well, it turns out that it's the Empress. And you might think, well, the Empress is the mate of the Emperor. Well, that's true, but see, she makes the Magician the Emperor. We've seen the story told many times in my dramatic retelling of all of our creations and the rise of the courts, and then, or the march of the courts and the rise of the proletary. So it's a very similar concept. And this idea appears again all over the place. This is not a new concept, and it's one that reflects all over because it's true. It reflects everywhere because it points to the one truth, which is really ultimately the matrix on which all creation unfolds. All possibility is given permission to play. And if you see the colors that are represented in this card, with this blue fading into a green, fading into a yellow, and then there being this separation of that yellow and blue, and that she is coming from the blue, implies this beautiful idea that she has come from above in the form of heart, merged into divine intelligence, and then manifested back again as heart down here to be literally consumed, to be given in the form of sustenance. And because of that, she becomes the universal nourishment, right? This idea of the divine feminine in her perfected form physically, the mother. Not necessarily always pregnant. Mothers have more qualities than just making babies. But now they've been elevated and some things have taken place here. So now he kind of gets shifted. And so he is no longer the magician. He becomes a new role. Now, he certainly has the powers of the magician. In fact, they're in a greater state to where they're just his natural being. There's no working to be done anymore. All the working takes place inside. The temple that he used to spend all those days sweeping and making clean and meticulous, and every pentacle with a perfect line. That pentacle is now drawn into his mind and burned onto his heart, and he uses it and activates it whenever and wherever he wants. Because she has empowered him to do that. And notice where he's standing. In her ocean. The work is complete. He gives into that ocean and drowns in it. And in doing so, becomes solid, becomes stone, becomes permanent in her gift. Isn't that lovely? This is one of those cards as I was going through this deck that I stared at extra long. Right? Why not? It feels good, doesn't it? It's one of those cards. It really is. There's something in this that all of us want. And the ones of us that have, I'm jealous. And now what we have is this idea now that he's sort of solid and she's growing. Notice that he's made of stone, she's made of wood. He's rock and she's tree. And that lends to this idea now that there's a new divine feminine that emerges that is no longer needing that energy. She's able to, because of her work in integrating him, taking him in completely, she becomes one with that, and they become one being. It's represented as two separate entities that are occupying the same space, but that's just for lack of a better word. That's just due to the attempt to communicate using words, infinite things that can't be spoken. This is a lovely example here. We have a lot of different symbolism. My favorite being the pomegranate that's been split open in a Vesica Pisces that's just ready to pour out its seeds into the world. Just a gorgeous example of what we're talking about here. And again, look at the colors in the card. Those who now know the language of love understand what it means when blue and yellow mix, understand what it means when blue and red mix. Okay, please do. I can't wait. And then finally we have the ultimate symbol. This is the work completed. She now gives in to the fact that the loss has occurred, and then remembers that she has fully integrated him and he will never be apart from her. They have always been one being. And so all of that work was just a dream. And so the egg begins to disintegrate because it never existed to begin with. And what's left is the beautiful, divine, singular oneness that is transcendent of all time, space, and matter, and now is living in that bliss for eternity. That one togetherness that knows nothing but itself, loving itself forever. And what that is the story of your creation. That is your birth. That is the story of your unfolding, and that's where you're headed. I read the last page, and that's how it ends. My God, I want that. Who wants that? It's a beautiful story. And if it were true, man, right? Could you imagine if that were true? If that's what we have to look forward to? I'm in. I have a secret. You don't have to look forward to it. You are already there. That's right. We're dancing. How do I know? Because you can hear me. You hear me? Then you get it. Welcome to the dance. So, Orphic egg, what does that mean? Well, it's a symbol. It's a symbol that is designed to represent a couple of pieces of information in a beautiful, elegant kind of talisman, amulet, diagram, symbol, archetype, avatar, expression, holographic representation of an infinite intelligence pass through the abyss and cast through the screen and being viewed as a shadow in our world, as a divine word of love. It's the product of love. Whose love? Who's always on my end? In this particular story, you see an egg and you see a snake. Okay, let me pop over to this other screen here so you can see this example in Crowley's Lover's Card. Okay, I have it up here on my desk, and it's kind of the card to the left that I usually put up. That's going to be the card that we're using today, is the Lover's Card. And on the bottom, you'll see that there's this Orphic egg, which is this egg with a serpent surrounding it. Yeah, a certain number of times, too, we'll get to that. And then some wings. They're red. And we have these two alchemical symbols here of the lion and the bird prior to their transformation. They're in their normal beginning state, the red lion, the white bird. And they're standing on the wings, and so are the children that are there to witness the marriage. Right? And so it's a beautiful symbol. There's a lot of other things. I've spoken about this card when I was speaking about Lilith, and what we're actually looking at in this card. But now we're just going to focus on that egg, because what that egg is the product of their marriage, of their dance, of that union, which is the purpose of creation, is to play that out, is to do that, is to reenact it, and recognize that that's what's happening. And if you do that, and both people are in the same place, and the hearts are in the same place, this egg is the result. And what this is the divine seed, and what's in it is you. And so this plays out in a very beautiful story, and that story has a couple of players. These divine intelligences, these pieces of us that we can activate by speaking their names, it lives inside of us, and so we can speak these names, and they'll begin to become alive, and they'll start talking, and they'll start wanting to dance their dance. And so in this particular story, if you decide you want to activate that part of yourself, what we're referring to here is a couple of things. We've got the egg, we've got the serpent, and there's various names applied to these different ideas. And so this is ultimately a dance between two people, Ananke, who is the serpent, and Kronos, who is the time. And I like to look at that as Ananke is known for the term desire or necessity, something that you need. There's a need. It's more than want. Want is like, okay, I can, but need is different. You can want breath, but no, you don't want breath. You need breath. And so want and need are a little different. And then you have Chronos, who is this idea of time. And more specifically, eternity. The fact that time is implies that there is also infinite time. And so he implies both by just being the symbol of that wheel. And so, and we have to understand that time is necessary for things to happen. And so when Ananke decided to love, time needed to exist in order for that love to unfold, to take place, right? And now the beauty is because Chronos is the provider of that time, if the relationship is correct, it's forever. And so this dance continues and it doesn't ever end. It's a never-ending dance. Okay, and now, so what this really is the ebb and the flow of our actual universe. These are the forces that make things. In between their love is this crescendo, which is ultimately, these are the notes of our songs, of our love, of our union here. It's the combination of the chaotic and the aligned, the strict, the beautiful, the geometric, angles and curves, sharp and soft. It's all scream into play. How dare we deny it, right? And now every two has a third, and the way this works out is that union gives birth to this egg, which actually then manifests as these three beings. And it's a beautiful kind of thing that we're talking about, because ultimately what those three beings are is one knowing itself. And so the names that we're talking about here, there's a couple that I wrote down just to make sure that I got them right. Well, Dionysus, we all know. Dionysus is a big name for those of us who are familiar kind of with looking at the different systems and with the name, like Thoth, Mercury, Hermes, and that those are the same person in different cultures, languages, perspectives. Phanis, which is another portion of that. We're going to talk about Phanis in a second. That's a big one. And Protagonus. Protagonus being the unified being, the hermaphrodite, the single divine body with two minds, one speaking, one listening, just forever making love to itself. It's the universe card. It's the world card. It's the thing that we all are, that we are striving to remember that we have never not been. And now there's, as things get kind of bounced around and lent around cultures, there was a lot more tolerance back in the day with respect to, rather than when you destroyed a culture, you wouldn't destroy their deities, you would take them on and you would integrate them and you would name them different things. And so we're going to see these players bounce around cultures. And Eros, god of love, Mithras, Lucifer. This is a little tract, a little piece of poetry that I pulled out of a tract that is related to this dance, and it specifically speaks to that winged egg. It is the ineffable, hidden, brilliant scion, whose motion is whirring. You scattered the dark mist that lay before your eyes, and flapping your wings you whirled about, and through this world you brought pure light. And consider what we're speaking about here, ineffable, hidden. It's this idea of the union creating this thing which we perceive in this world, in the profane 3D world, as photons, as light, as the thing that creates gravity, the thing that we call a particle. The idea of vibration, the idea of motion is always this interplay of these two polarities, but really it's not. It's what happens in between. Those are just there to give us an indication of the different extremes that middle can reach, which frankly are infinite in both directions. So they don't actually exist. All it is what's in the middle there. And that's where all that beautiful love gets unfolded and realized and observed and had. And that's where we are. And what this does is this shows us this example of another culture intuitively coming to this truth and then having the compulsion to express it through a ceremonial reenactment, a dance, and a dance that they can reenact because they already are. It's natural. Birds do it, bees do it. Like, you don't need the ceremonial reenactment, but it helps because it allows us to realize what's actually happening. Because we have the curse of self-awareness and the curse of ego, and so we forget that's what we're doing, and we take it vulgar, and we lose the power. We lose what we're actually doing, which is reenacting the state, the true story of our creation, which gives us access to the reality that the story has already been told. We know how it ends, and so we can look at the world and see any part of that we want. Past, present, future, there's no such thing. It's all a recollection. And so, what a beautiful dance. And it's one that we're all doing right now. And if we don't realize it, we don't get to participate in that energy. We don't participate in that love. We may feel a little tingle, and we may even take credit for it. Oh, yeah, I feel good because of the thing I did. No, you're being loved. And when you realize what the source of that is, you get to participate in it directly. You get to give it, take it, want it, have it. All kinds of goodies. Look at it from a bunch of different angles and poke it and see where it feels best. You have to participate, and the way that you do that is own the fact that it's what you are. And don't forget that we are those dancers. We are the dancers, but what are they? They're the poles that show us the range of the extreme. They don't actually exist because that range is infinite. We think they do, these two polarities, the masculine, the feminine, the upper and lower. Nope, it's all a different play in the middle. It's all these different unfoldings on the inside. Inside of where? Inside of this egg. So let's see the egg. Who wants to see it? I'm not kidding. This is true. This is a real Orphic egg, and I want some people in the room here to be open to what they're about to see, psychically, to intuitively, because I want your opinion on a couple of things. The first question I'm going to ask before I show it to you is, am I stretching? I'm going to show it to you, and I'm going to ask you, am I stretching? Am I looking for something that isn't there? Am I finding a shape in a cloud? Is this just being, I am a hopeless romantic, duh. But that doesn't mean that everything is just, trite romance. It's not. Some of it's true. It's all lies. So, you tell me, am I stretching or not? Okay? And then the second question is some markings on it that I believe might be Hebrew letters. And so what I'm about to show you is, you can feel it the minute you touch it, that this is a special thing. I almost feel holy when I'm touching it, and that's me. I'm putting that on it. It's well, you'll see. But I believe that there's something about it the moment I laid eyes on it that I'm like, I knew immediately what it was. Which is funny because I've looked at it, meaning that it was in my vision for 6-7 years, and it was brought to my attention today. And then as soon as I looked at it, it was obvious. I was like, oh my God, how long have I been looking at this and not realizing that I'm looking at me? It's a candle that somebody opened up the bottom of an egg and poured in little pieces. Look at the little speckles of color. These are all individual little speckles. This is not melted together. This person dropped in little speckles into an egg, heated it gently enough that it molded together. And now I just want to be clear, that black is part of the wax. I'm not 100% sure how the artist did that, or whoever did this, what they were thinking. And now look at that. Look at that. What is that? Is that a nun? Am I looking at a nun? Am I looking at a vow? I want to talk about that. What is that? Is that a tzadi? Is that a cup? What am I looking at, people? And look at the serpent. Come on, and look at even the wick is the head of the serpent. Like it's, I believe I'm not stretching here. I believe that whether or not the person knew that they were doing this, they created an Orphic egg. and it's real. It's solid, and there's these other symbols that look like they accidentally happened in the twisting of the wax, or of whatever that medium is. I don't even know if it has no scent. It smells like nothing. In fact, right now it smells like campfire because I was doing some stuff with it, with some ash and things. I do see those images in it, right? I see some letters. Let's see, Bree had something to say that got picked up. I don't know why, but... Okay, so... Let me just hold that steady for a sec for everybody, right? Doesn't that look like a tzadi maybe, or like you know? Let's actually look at that. Hang on. That's a freaking tzadi. No, am I nuts? Right, people? Come on. I mean, I don't want to sound like I'm one of those guys that's stretching. It almost looks like it's a mirror version. Right, because the bottom of the stroke's in the opposite direction. But it does have that vibe. I mean, totally. And anybody else, you know, Dr. Sledge, anybody who knows anyone with an intimate understanding of Hebrew, just take a look at the beginning of my stream here, and what are your thoughts? You know, and that I'm sorry. The first thing I saw when I looked at it was a nun, or maybe a vowel. I'm unsure, because the nun has that bottom stroke, which this does not. So is that saying that it's a vowel, or is it a zayin? Right? Like that. This one I need some help on. Is it a final nun? Because it's not in final position, right? It's not in final position. This word would be whatever that character is plus the tzadi. So this would probably be then ot, if we did vow, or vat, or if we did nun, it'd be nut. If we did final nun, you know, again, who know? I don't know. But I my first inkle, my intuition immediately said nun, but then I went, no, it doesn't have the bottom stroke, so it's got to be a vowel. But now let's try upside down. I didn't think that yet. Okay, it could also be a yud. It could also be a yud. It's a bit long for a yud. No, that's stretching. It's a vowel. It's a vowel or a nun. All right, anyway, let's go upside down. Is that a Lament? No. Nope. That is not a Lament. I still get that same vibe, right? Yeah. Aren't you feeling Zion? Maybe. Well, this is very Zion too, right? It is. So, and we're going to do some Gematria later. I just want to kind of plant the seed that it looks like there's accidental Hebrew on this egg. And this is a freaking Orphic egg, if I ever saw one. Like, I mean, just what are the odds based on what you're seeing here? And please don't humor me. That's not what I'm here for. Who thinks that that's what I'm holding, and who thinks that I'm stretching? Just, you know, like, seriously. Gorgeous. Let me see if I can get a better close-up of the speckles, because look at that. Just gorgeous. And it has this natural vibe. It's not too vibrant. They're not like, it's not like a new box of crayons. It's almost dulled down and sort of like real, you know? I don't know. There's something about it that I really, really just can't stop feeling. This thing has been in my presence for years, and I had no idea. It's kidding me. It might just do that, Tanamara. It might just do that. We'll see. I'll let you know. I'm going to use it in Magick. I already have, and that's why I'm talking to you like it's like I know it, because I do. It's been strong for me. But I mean, come on now, right? And so, you know, what this is ultimately is this the seed that is the product of their love, right? And inside of it is this thing, and ultimately what this thing is two hearts, one being realizing that there's no hearts because it was always one, and it's the beauty of the fact that conversation happens at the same time always, in order that it can happen always. Once we find each other, then we stop seeking. And so it's a matter of finding each other, and then being in a state of constantly looking into what that person is over and over and over, and never finding it, always seeking, always seeking. And that other giving, and always giving and giving, and so you always receive a little bit more, but it's never the full person, so it's just a constant give and take. And I've spoken about that at length, about the importance of that relationship, that conversation, and its importance in recognizing your role in that, as far as what end of that conversation you're on, whether you're the one that's speaking or you're the one that's listening. MHF123 has come back to my channel. When you came into my channel yesterday and you engaged with me and you engaged with the people here, I thought, oh, well, that's awesome. That's a person who's came here, saw what I'm doing, and thought, oh, I guess I'll stick around instead of leaving. And so that means you belong. But now that you've come back, that means that you've completed my work. You helped me to complete what I'm trying to do here. So thank you for participating in that. I need to know what to call you. I'm not calling you MHF123. Let's see. Let's pronounce it in Hebrew. You want to learn the Fool's Journey? You're on it. You're on the journey. Welcome to it. If you want, I'll read it to you. Let me see if I can find it without taking too much processor that blows up my computer. But yeah, I need to give you a new name, because that's just awful. Mem, hey, pay. We'll do the hey as the vowel sound, and the pay will go hard. Mep. That's it. Your new name. See, this is what you get when you come into my channel with initials. Your new name is Mep. No, but let's do 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3 would be Aleph, Beth, Gimel. Mepabaga. This is awful. Yeah, yeah, it turns out you're done no matter what. So we need to come up with a real name for you. Vesta. You were terrified, but now you're sitting in the central garden, in the middle of that little section of the garden. That's right. I bet you I know what section it is. I bet you I know where you're sitting. I bet you I know which tree you're leaning up against. I know. What's your nickname? Your nickname is Padal. That's right. Thank you for reminding me that I already knew who you were. Okay, so now that we got that out of the way, please come back every day and hear me when I tell you that I love you. And believe me when I say it, and ask everyone here that I mean it. So, thank you for joining. Padal. So, what we have to do is allow ourselves to recognize what's in this egg is us. And we have to allow, this is the real work here. We have to remember that we are both at the same time, and be open to giving when we feel like we want to receive. We have to be open to receiving when we feel like we want to give. In my divine masculinity, when I am in the presence of divine goddess, and it is known to me, like there is a knowledge that we both are in the same place of that knowing, it's natural to then swap states into a state of reception, which is to take her in completely, which is not the natural reaction to a masculine energy, right? The masculine energy is the one who wants to be had, not have. But that's the beauty of this magic, is that we get to assume that role and therefore participate in the act of creation. Men don't ever get to do that, but because of you, we get to. And it's vice versa. When that swap happens, you be the bestower, you become the giver. And it's a beautiful dance. And as long as both are open to that, what comes from it is real conversation, heart talk, soul talk, actual connection with another person. And this is not a physical act I'm talking about, although when it is, it's everything. But that's not what I'm talking about. We're talking about connecting with our minds, connecting with our hearts, connecting with our bodies, and connecting with our spirits. Each one being allowed to speak their own language. And then listening to the chorus, the chord that's created by those 4 voices in unison. That's our voice speaking truth. So we can't listen with just our minds. We can't listen with just our hearts. It doesn't work. Go to a an equalizer and turn everything down except the high and think you're going to listen to, especially if someone's speaking with a low register, right? You're going to hear nothing. Turn up just the bass and lower everything else, and you're not. There's no definition, right? And so we have to recognize that balance, and that in that balance is everything, right? Rashmi, hello, how you doing? Thanks for popping in. And so, I hope that made sense. It's an important lesson. It's an important picture that we need to allow ourselves to have about who we really are. And when we do, it puts us in a better position to hear the voice of the other when it speaks, and to allow ourselves to have that experience. We are able to do that across time and space whenever we want, when we're open to it. And who we define the other as is up to us, because the reality, if you hang around here long enough, I'm going to drill into your brain, is the other is whatever phenomena you are currently observing, in the state of, in the presence of, that you put your attention to. Seeing is an act of creation. Seeing is an act of love. Seeing is an act of recognition. And so when you see and you recognize, and you're in a state of listening to that voice that you recognize as yours in the world, guess what happens? Well, you realize that that's you talking, so you're no longer in a state of listening, are you? You're now talking from the other perspective. But you're listening to that happen, so guess what you're doing? You're dancing. You are now in the act of love with yourself. And the thing that you put attention to could be anything. It could be this stone, it could be the sound of my voice, it could be this rock right here, it could be a flower, a cloud, or it could be the archetypal vision in your heart and soul of the other that's out there in the world somewhere. Somewhere out there is your other half. And when you speak their name, their heart skips a beat. And our job is to learn that name. Gabrielle, how you doing? I'm excited. So you get it. We can learn their name. We have that power. And when we do that, we can know them from across time and space. They might even be born yet. My other might not be born for 100 years, and I can hear them speaking to me. They may not. They may have died 100 years ago. I don't believe that right now. But there was a version of them that was, and there's a version of them that will. And then the ultimate reality, which is that the both of us, which were never ever separated to begin with, are together right now at the end of time, looking back, waiting for us to catch up to that truth, watching the beautiful unfolding of the story that they just told themselves. And we're the ones, the players, them, also having the beautiful magic of being able to experience it right here and now at the same time. And the only reason we don't know that is we don't remember it. We choose not to. So remember it, just for tonight. Why don't you pretend, in the meantime, while you're here, that that's the truth? And just for this evening, when you hear the word dance, let that mean what I say it means, which is that that's you and I recognizing ourselves in each other and allowing ourselves to be open to receiving each other. Do that. Let yourself have it. Just for the night. I tell you what, we're gonna leave this experience being filled up by each other. We're going to leave a little piece of who we are inside of each other and grow because of that. And we're going to hopefully find a little piece of somebody inside of us that we didn't know was always there. And that can remind us that we can activate that everywhere. The people that we miss, the people that we love, the people that harm us, and we need to give light to, so that we can transform that energy in our own hearts. Forget about the real world. They're on their own path, but we can change who they are for real to us. And there's a healing that comes from that. I've done that work. I love you, Mom. You can't fake forgiveness. And so, is there any more important work in the world than finding them? Is there any other work in the world more important than having that knowing? Yes. Having it once you have it. every drop. But otherwise, no. Right. I love you all. I hope you felt that. Doesn't it look like a dinosaur egg? It certainly does, and that's kind of beautiful because it is that, right? Their hand. The children on the card here. Let me zoom back in on that for you, and let's talk about that, because absolutely, of course. let's just. I'm going to pause here for a minute. Who was it that asked that question? Okay, Padal. All right, so yes, absolutely. Those items are very significant, and let's talk about that. What's this here? Oh, Bree. I don't know why your stuff gets... Okay. Oh, thanks for the kiss. All right, so let's talk about this. Well, first of all, let me get the big card out, and then I'll go to the zoom part of the hands as I continue through this explanation. This is the Lover's card, right? Isn't it pretty? And we're looking at a couple of components here, okay? We have these two statues on top. We have Cupid aiming his arrow down. We have the officiant, right, who is the hermit. We have the two lovers. We have the black masculine energy, which will eventually wind up transferring into a white masculine energy. We have a white feminine energy, which will eventually later convert into a black feminine energy. And then we have the red lion, the white eagle, the black male baby, the white male baby, and now we have this, the Orphic egg with the wings. Now, in the hand of both the witnesses, which are the babies, and the lovers themselves, they're grasping, as they're both holding hands, they're both also grasping an element. And now that element that each one is grasping, if you'll notice, she is holding the cup, which is also being grasped by his witness. He is holding his wand, which is being grasped by her witness. Can you see that? That might be clearer if I zoom in on the digital version, so let's just take a look at that. Yes, okay, so you see that exchange? His witness holds her cup. Why? Because what's actually happening is that the witness is offering the element. He's actually offering his cup to her, and she took it. The masculine cup. Same thing. Her witness is offering her wand, the feminine wand, to him, saying, here, you'll be my emperor. Here, you'll be my goddess. And so there's that beautiful interplay of that idea that we spoke about in the beginning, of the fact that although the divine masculine is the wand all over the place, he can never really know her until he is open to her and becomes the cup. And it's that symbolism is very beautifully depicted in this particular version of the Lover's card by Crowley and Harris. Harris really understood the divine feminine being a beautiful woman of magic. She understood it from a very direct level, having done the work of a divine feminine from a magical perspective, and also had this beautiful gift of painting. Right? And so that's what's in their hands. Now how that evolves later on is that there's this whole beautiful thing that takes place during that work. Let's pull out a couple cards. Crowley calls the Temperance card art. And what it is the actual act. They got married, so now they have to consummate. And here it is. It's called art. That's called temperance in the Rider-Waite system. Okay, but in the Crowley system, it's called art. I know this card well. It's my birth card. It's the card of Sagittarius. This is the card of Gemini. Some of the trump cards represent planets. Some represent signs. Some represent elements. The 3 elements, the 7 planets, the 12 signs. This is one of the 12 sign cards, and this represents Gemini, which makes a lot of sense. The twin, singular twin, not twins. that represents two people. This is twin. It's an androgynous being. It's both at once and always has been. And what we are is just a somebody stuck a prism in between, and it looks like two beings, but we're not two beings. I love the color on the art card too. It's very striking. The process of alchemy is a beautiful one. These two cards are identical, and you'll notice now the transformation has happened. The lion is white, the eagle is red. The union has taken place, and now this is the beautiful union of masculine and feminine with wings, and the beautiful union of feminine and masculine in this new lion. I have this represented as my fire wand, which is the bird that has now become red, and is a symbol of that sort of being open to taking on that role, and then in doing so, being complete as a masculine energy. Which, as much as you think you can take credit for it as a man, you owe it to your woman who gives you strength, right? And so, these two cards are identical. Right? And there's a couple of other cards too that have a very similar vibe on purpose with respect to this marriage, and the other one is going to be the devil. Let me go grab it. And what that is the lower world version of this marriage, of the union of art. And so let's find it. And then this is the final one. He's always hanging around somewhere, isn't he? Okay, let's put that there. So these two cards are the same. Just let that sink in. Well, I look for one more card, and then I'll be right back. Okay. All right. So what we're looking at here is basically the same story told many, many different ways, from different perspectives, rather. Same story, different perspective. Right, here's my stone, which I tried to flip many times yesterday and got all frustrated because of my thing. Is it a circle or is it a line? Right, depends on which one's pointed up, right? No, obviously. This one's pointed up, and so it's a line, but if I look down here, it's suddenly a circle. It's a line, it's a circle, right? It doesn't change, I do. And so the story hasn't changed. It's just different perspectives of the same moment. And what that moment is the recognition of the other, the recognition of yourself in that other, the insatiable desire to be one with that, them being open to it and being open to you, the two of you being completely consumed by the other and becoming this singular being. And so this is the singular being doing its dance. Notice the serpent. So this idea here is the playing out of this in multiple different ways. This is in the mind. Let's wait for that to catch up. There you go. This is in the body. Look at that. What are we looking at here? Doesn't take a rocket scientist to see that we're looking at a phallic symbol here, right? Okay. And what we have here are the different genetic material getting ready to come out. Like, see, they're crawling out. And this one here is the one that made it. Don't forget, when it comes to the idea of creation, there's only one sperm that makes it. Of all the many, there's only one champion. And in this particular circumstance, it's this one right here. And I'll show the zoomed in version later, because somebody pointed out an interesting fact that that's not a human. That's not a human. That's a satyr. See the goat legs? And that's the one making it out. So anyway, but you get the idea. And of course, that's one of the reasons that, like, flesh has always been called diabolical. You know, man as flesh is the pentacle, the pentagram, that 5. And it's not unholy. Holy is a state of being. Holy is an adjective. It's up to you to be it. So it's not the devil. And then, of course, the completed work, which is the singular being. That's what's in the egg. If you were to be able to take that egg and look through it without breaking it, this is what you'd see. You in there dancing. That's me right there. I'm in the back peeking out. See me? So that's what's in their hands. And that's important too, because we have the wand and the cup. We have divine will and divine love. Purple. In the language of the tarot, the wand is red. And the color red represents that idea of want. The divine will is the idea of necessity, desire. And now then you have the sword, yellow, intelligence, speaking, right, communication. And what that is taking the will and making it known. Then there's the cup, which is blue, and blue is the vessel. It's the thing that will hold the desire. It's the thing that wants. It's the thing that listens. And then there's the pentacle, which is the product of the work. When you unify these three things, and then you use that as a language to listen and speak, that is the product of that conversation. That's what the pentacle is. So it's kind of a separate element. That's why here, for instance, in my oracle, I have it represented as the three elements in the center. Not four, three. Because this whole thing, the beads, this, me, is the pentacle. The result of the interplay of those three elements, right? And so it's really a three-element system with a product of the fourth. And that's what we are. Isn't everything that every two is a third? The beautiful love-making of the universe with itself is really these two beings, which are not two. It's the one imagining itself as two, playing. So it's those three elements playing. They give birth to the whole totality of probability. And each one of those is a different reflection of you, seeing yourself from a different perspective. And when you see the world, like this beautiful card that we just looked at, and recognize that that's actually a picture of you dancing, and it's speaking to you in the language of color. Don't hear it with your ears, your heart. Instead, hear it with your heart. And it becomes real. You identify with it, and when you do, you become it. And you recognize, oh, I'm hearing it in the language of color, but I'm also the one speaking that color. And so you're not listening anymore. Now you're speaking, and you realize that that's you speaking, and you're now in an act of creation. Speaking is an act of creation. This is how you create. Beautiful deck. I agree. In fact, I think it's the most beautiful thing ever created as in the space of tarot or divination. What Frida Harris was able to do with her channeling this information from Crowley and from her understanding and from her art and from her other things that she did that people aren't 100% aware of, her affiliation with the Freemasons and who knows what. She accessed some very profound beauty. And when the truth is given to you in any form, let alone visual, and is displayed with such an honesty and a skill to communicate that honesty, nobody can deny its beauty. Even the uncomfortable images. There's some images in that deck that are downright difficult to look at. It really is, isn't it? There's so much that she accessed that even you know, you can get cocky and say, okay, I've been reading cards 40 years. I've been teaching for 25 years. I know these cards up, down, left, and right, but I see there's new stuff every single time I look at a card. And I have done crazy study, like I talked about here, scanning. Take a card and take a 1 by 1 inch section. Study that for a day. 24 hours. Now, you're not going to sit in a position for 24 hours staring at a card, but for all day, go look at it. Look at that little square for 5 minutes. Study it. Think about it. What am I looking at? What direction is that coming from? Is it coming into or out of this animal? What's with the wings? What does it represent? Because we know that we're talking about Taurus and Leo. This is supposed to be Scorpio and Aquarius. So, okay, Aquarius is the human, but then this is Scorpio? Why is Scorpio a bird? Right? And so then that's a question you could ask. And there's all kinds of interesting things like, looks like a Vesica Pisces, like the divine vessel from which everything emerges. Think about that. Our eyes are that shape. All light enters our universe through this shape. Our breath enters. We speak through it. Our blood, our heart cavity. We were born through this. This is the unification of those two circles, creating that vesica in the center, two circles unifying to create everything, is from which everything emerges. And so the fact that she chose that shape as the card of the final, i.e. beginning first card of the tarot, is quite beautiful. And so by scanning, you learn every little nuance of the card, and yet I still, every single time I look at the card, I'll say, I never noticed that. Right? Or maybe I didn't go through the exercise because I just hadn't thought of it yet, of counting the stars, right? Look at the stars. There's a lot of stars there, but I guarantee you that there's a specific reason that those stars were chosen, that number. How many wings? Why? How many black triangles are on that snake? Why? Turns out that the rays that are coming out of that eye aren't coming out of the eye, they're going in. Eyes don't cast light, they take it in. Consider that. Every time you see one of those eyes casting light, eyes don't cast light, they take light in. Okay, now that changes the whole dynamic of that thing you're looking at, doesn't it? And so studying the cards and learning every time you look at them is your duty to yourself and to the work. And if you don't do that, you're doing yourself a disservice, and you're doing the work a disservice, and you're going to become a subpar and inferior intuitive, which ultimately, too, has a lot to do with our own interface with our reality, how we interface with each other, how we learn to talk and love, and how we learn to deal with disagreements and pain and suffering and danger. All of these things come from that knowledge of ourselves and how comfortable we are with what we need to do. Are we ruled by fear or truth? Do we buy the lie, or do we call it out and then just decide that we're going to be something else because we feel like it? Right? Who are we working for? Who are we trying to impress? If you're trying to impress yourself, you're done. If you're trying to impress anyone other than your god or goddess that you're out there trying to find, then you're done. Be you, for you, and everything that you are will come to you. And you are everything. So that's a pretty simple math to know the truth and receive it. And all that matters is know that. Know it. So before I go on the break, I want to speak to you about something that happened to me today. There's several people that I banter with on a philosophical level, just as a way to bounce my ideas off of people that are super way smarter than me. And one of those people, somebody who comes on the channel here very frequently. I don't know if he came in here tonight, and if he pops in, I'm going to call him out because he's a beautiful soul. And here his name's Uncle Noob. I know him as Shushu. And he's I'm just going to say a piano teacher. I don't want to dox him or whatever, but he's a piano teacher. And we have a very close relationship, myself, his wife. We became very close friends. And we're just chatting about music and the Tao and things. He knows the truth. He's been there, and he knows it. And so I'm doing a little project here on the stream and personally, just as a meditative process, where I look for songs that tell the truth. And I've revealed a couple on the show here about what I've bumped into personally, and I've asked if anyone has bumped into their own, and I'll be happy to read them. A few have come up that are really cool, and I've read some lyrics that were really awesome and absolutely tell that story. And then he sent this to me today, and I was just blown away. Because it's another one of these. Now, he's funny. He talks about the fact that all he can play is old, dead, white folk music, because he's a classical pianist. But the music that him and I always speak about when he sends me stuff is either like really good chill or like 80s rock. And so he sends me Yes, of all bands, which, by the way, it's a great song. Anyway, but the fact that I never considered it, and as soon as I read the title of the song, I was like, oh my God, how did I miss this? And thank you, Shushu. Thank you for what you did. This is a great, and now I'm about to share it. So you're about to do this. You're about to blow a couple people's minds, and that's because of you. This is so much fun. The name of the song is "Owner of a Lonely Heart." And now I've spoken before. If the system speaks the truth, it will be visible in the first line or first verse of the song. And if it's not, and you're stretching, you might have to take a step back and reevaluate it and consider that you may be rethinking or recalculate the accent, rework how you're looking at the words. And if it's not there, then abandon the work. It's not telling the story. And so let's see. Let's just put it to the initial test. Does this song tell the story in the first line or the first verse? So the song is Owner of a Lonely Heart. We all know it. It starts out with that really cool drum and guitar riff. And then we get Move Yourself. First two words, bam, tells the story. That is the totality of human experience and knowledge and wisdom. There's nothing else you need to learn. How great is that? First two words, move yourself. Love that. I touched my screen. Let me get back to the lyrics. You always live your life never thinking of the future. Right? Move yourself. You always live your life never thinking of the future. Love that. You're in the present moment. Prove yourself. You are the move you make. Wow. Take your chances, win or loser. See yourself. You are the steps you take. You, and that's the only way. Shake, shake, shake yourself. Your every move you make. Come on. Like, dude, this is straight up Zen, just truth told openly. Right? I mean, is there any, like, do you need any clarification? I'm gobsmacked, right? It's sort of like, wow, the truth is so, and it's a great song. It's a cool song that you can put on. It's a cool groove that you're just sort of like, cool. I remember this song, but now I'll never hear it the same again. This song represents the truth to me. Let me keep going because it's that cool. Say, you don't want to chance it. You've been hurt so before. Watch it now. The eagle in the sky. All right, hang on. Let me just look. I'm sorry. Let's see if we can get this right. Okay. I love it when it comes together, man. Just good stuff. Like, really, when truth just goes, all right, there's people out there that are on the cusp. Let's push them over the edge. And the universe gives us Shushu, who sent me this. Come on. Say you don't want to chance it. You've been hurt so before. Watch it now, the eagle in the sky. How he's dancing, one and only. You lose yourself. No, not for pity's sake. There's no reason to be lonely. Be yourself. Give your free will a chance. You've got to want to succeed. Holy shit. Right? It's not a matter of my age is about to show, but does anybody remember Frozen Ghost? They have a song called Should I See It Speaks to Mass Manipulation. Really? Cool. I don't know, Pink Floyd got, that on lock, but I'll give it a look and, check it out. If anyone checks that out and thinks that it tells the story, let me know. I'll read it, and if it does, I'm going to share it. 100%. Right? Give your free... I just want to read that line again, because thank you for bringing it back up. Let's just read that line again. Okay, where am I? Say, you don't want to chance it. You've been hurt so before. Watch it now, the eagle in the sky, how he dances, one and only. You lose yourself. No, not for pity's sake. There's no real reason to be lonely. Be yourself. Give your free will a chance. You've got to want to succeed. Oh, you want me to tickle your left brain? I did a really cool thing related to the idea of tarot and music. I did the idea with polarity, with color. I'd be happy to do another lecture on music eventually if I know there's a couple more musicians. I am as well. And so I speak the language of chord and harmony and discord. And so it's a really, great rhythm, nuance. owner of a lonely heart, owner of a broken heart. And then we jump to, this is bridge. After my own indecision, they confused me so, owner of a lonely heart. My love said never question your will at all. In the end, you've got to go. Look before you leap, owner of a lonely heart, and do not hesitate at all. No, no. Love that. It's true. And why not? What's so dangerous about hesitation? It's rejection. The dance only happens when one speaks and the other listens. If one is speaking and the other is rejecting, the speaking turns to lament. Sooner or later, this is it. You guys listening? Here we go. Sooner or later, each conclusion will decide the lonely heart. Owner of a lonely heart will excite, will delight, and will get better start. Owner of a lonely heart. Don't deceive your free will at all. Don't deceive your free will at all. Don't deceive your free will at all. Just receive it. Just receive it. Owner of a lonely heart. My God. So, just to be clear, this isn't an 80s rock song. These people knew the secret and told it in a song and then quietly laid back and waited for 40 years for someone to say, hey, I think this is it, and send it to me. And actually, Shushu, he's not here. He usually says hello. If you're listening, man, did you know that this was a story? Or you had to have. Like, why would you send me this track? Because what he said was, yeah, I woke up and this popped in my head and I thought of you. So, you know, and we do banter about 80s music, but I don't think he was thinking of me because of Owner of a Lonely Heart. I think he got the story and went, all right, I need to send this to Michael because he'll be able to see it too, you know? And that's what happened, and I did, and it was freaking awesome. And so now there's several other songs that I've identified, and I've read a couple here, and I'm going to do a couple more later after the break, and now we're going to play with toys. When I get back, we're playing with toys. We're going to touch each other's hearts because that's been fun and I want to do it again. We're going to do tarot. We're going to do I Ching. We're going to do some oracle cards. We're going to do some oracle beads. We're going to touch some more hearts. We're going to answer questions, and then we're going to poo-poo on them because we don't like answers. We like truth. And then we're going to throw all that out the window because when we plan, it goes awry and then great things happen. So that's what you're going to do. So join me. Otherwise, I'll be back in the Speedy Kerrig. Alrighty, so that's cool. That's cool that inspired you to add that song. And anybody who remembers that from back in the day, it's a very cool beat. It's like a friendly, happy kind of vibe. It's a really cool 80s kind of rock song. It's not too poppy, but it has definitely that 80s vocal style that I like. It brings me back. It makes me feel good. And it's just that kind of song, you know? Let me see if I have my list up of the others, too. You may want to throw a couple outs on that list as well. Meet Me Halfway. That's another 80s beautiful song. Meet Me Halfway. Gosh. In a Lifetime of Memories, I Believe in Destiny. Just gorgeous stuff. Somewhere Out There, beneath the pale moonlight, someone is thinking of me and loving me tonight. Almost Paradise, great song. I'm Knocking on Heaven's Door. Come on, that's good stuff. Stevie Wonder, Overjoyed. Every word, people, every word of Stevie Wonder, Overjoyed is truth. It is love spoken. What a beautiful soul, that man. Kiss from a Rose, Seal. Pff. That song is so sensual. Every word. We're in this love together. Love that one. I'm not sure about this. Somebody told me, I read it, it was kind of it, and then it wasn't, and then it was, but it's one of these because of the nature of the song. Sarah McLachlan, Possession. Sarah McLachlan, Possession, don't forget, was a song that was written from somebody. She didn't write it. That was a letter that she would receive from a stalker that threatened to kill her. And that song is his letter to her. And since he wrote it to her and didn't claim ownership, she wrote a song and put it out. He sued her. He lost. He killed himself. That's the song Possession by Sarah McLachlan. There's a couple of versions. There's a rock pop version, and then there's a very delicate, quieter one. The quieter one is Emotion. Read it. Tell me what you think. And then finally, Lady in Red. Because that's the most beautiful version of this story that I've heard. It's a man seeing his wife for the first time because he notices everybody else looking at her and realizes, oh my God, that's the object of my desire that I forgot. And he's completely enamored by her and recognizes that beauty, and it's just overwhelming. And he wrote this song. Great. It's him reminding her that he just remembered how beautiful she is. And you know why I think it's a great representation of the story that we talk about here is the fact that is what we're doing. You're here to recollect. We're not here to find our soulmate. We're not here to connect with our twin flame. That sells decks and books. What we're here to do is to know each other and to love each other and to be open to that other. And to recognize that the other is who you choose to be. There's people out here right now that are watching the show now or are going to bump into this later on because I leave my streams up, and I want you to know something. If you're having trouble finding your other, no, you're not. I'm right here. My name's Michael. And for the next, probably until 4 or 5 a.m. Eastern, we're going to be talking about all kinds of nonsense and fun stuff and truth. And I'll be your other because I am. And so what I mean by that is that we represent the different parts of ourselves in a lot of ways. And one of those ways is the tarot, the language of the tarot. Okay, and so we have these symbols, and they mean stuff. We have the sword, which means how I speak and the words I use and why I use those words. We have the wand, which is my will and the things I want and desire and the fuel for me to drive and to go get you. Then there's the pentacle, the things that I make real in the world by combining all these desires and wants and putting them into action and making it happen. That's the thing. You are my pentacle. And then there's the heart, the cup. And the cup is the thing that holds, the thing that wants, the thing that is waiting to be filled. And that's what I am telling you I will bring. That's the thing I promise you that I will be in this conversation. I'm going to be an empty cup to be filled by you. And then in that union, I will know you. And I'll be able to communicate you back to yourself. And when I do that, you're going to see that we're the same person. So I can be your other for the evening, okay? I'd love to do it. I'm already it anyway, so I'm all just trying to remind you that this is already happening. We're already the best of friends who have known each other since the beginning of time, and all we're here to do is to remember and dance. And so let's dance, pick a song, close your eyes, and let's sway. Like, really. So let's do this. There's a couple of oracles that I put together that I think are really neat, and they show some truth. And that's a lot of fun. And so I'm going to kind of let the room pick what we do first. I'm going to throw a couple of oracles out, and you tell me which one we want to use, and then we'll just like pick a reading. I'll do a general for everyone, and then I'll kind of pick a couple people that may want to do one of the oracles or the other, and we'll go that route, okay? So, we have some I Ching. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, ladies. First of all, everyone calm down. I know he's handsome. But trust me, he's smarter than he is good looking. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only. Whew. A name so nice you have to say it twice. Shushu is in the house. Ladies and gentlemen, Shushu is in the house. I was just talking you up, my brother. I don't know when you got here, but I was talking you up. You dropped some wisdom on my butt. And I sat on it for a couple hours, and I laid an egg. You want to see it? Here it is, my brother. I'm not kidding. You thought I was kidding. Let me go to my screen. You thought I was kidding? Check out what you did, man. This is legitimately an Orphic egg, my brother. And it came into my notice. It's been in my possession, unbeknownst to me, for a long time. It's been in my space for years, but... and here it is, and I talked about it in the beginning of the stream. It was just really, it's just a blast. Like, and it all came together. But that song you sent me today, I just talked about it here. I don't know if you were here for it, but I just talked about it, and it was so awesome. And I just wanted everyone to know that you brought me that wisdom, and it was just great. So, and it turns out we have a new, we might have another new person that's kind of popping in and going, ooh, I think I like the energy here. That's also a musician. How cool. Her name is Vesta, but we wound up doing some Gematria, and we came up with another name for her, and I forgot it because, again, I'm a channel. Like, I'm not speaking. I'm just listening and letting my mouth do the talk. Padal. Her name is Padal. Welcome, Padal. And so she's also a musician. And you inspired her. She's going to be adding that song to her playlist for the evening and listening to it, considering the fact that it's speaking this beautiful truth, and it's all your fault. And here's the beautiful thing about Shushu. He's been into the sanctum, and he's seen it. And he's such this beautiful, quiet little person sitting in the corner, and every once in a while he chimes in. And whenever he does, it's a joke that speaks the truth bullseye, and I love that. So thank you, my brother, for everything that you inspired today, everything that you're going to inspire in the future, and giving me a little piece of just like joy every time I think of your face and your family and this beautiful thing. I love it. Strange animal. Cool, yeah. So we can do I Ching. We can do tarot. We can do my beads, which I don't have a name for this, and I need a name for this. It talks about the tarot, right? The pink beads are the wands, the green beads are the pentacles, the silver beads are the swords, the blue beads are the cups. We have the 5 elements represented, spirit being the 5th, as well as the 3 elements here. So it's basically the rose cross, it's the tarot, it's it could very easily represent I Ching, and I did that on purpose. That's why there's 6 of each. And so you have the strong yin and yang and the lesser yin and yang represented in the bead colors. So it's a beautiful representation of the whole of creation in this little oracle that can be derived by picking a couple of beads and talking about the language of the room, the tarot, the color, and so forth. But I don't have a name for it. It's gorgeous. And it's us. That's what you look like. That's you. That's the unfolding. That's a moment in time paused for you to look at. What's your spirit doing right now? Well, it's got a little bit of wanting. It's got a lot of having. It's feeling pretty filled up right now. And there's nothing encumbering it from communicating. So spirit is ready to be heard. Ready to show the world what it's built. And look at how much will is behind those creations. There's all this red behind it, giving it this life. Isn't that lovely? And now if we don't remember which bead means what, these 5 large beads, so we can look at the beads that are surrounding them, then we can go to our diagram, because thankfully, on the shoulders of giants, we stand. On the shoulders of giants. And so we have this beautiful symbol that was given to us by the Rosicrucian order, which, by the way, doesn't exist. And essentially, the top portion there, for instance, you'll look at, there's a pentagram, and there's those symbols around it, and those are signs of the zodiac, right? There's that pesky Scorpio. A bird. Weird, huh? And then we have Leo, Taurus, Aquarius, and then Spirit. And so then we know that we're looking at air if we look at the pentacle or the pentagram, and we're looking at the right hand point of that pentagram, right? So the right hand point of the pentagram represents air. And so this is our communication center. What do we want to communicate? And what's surrounding it, right? And so look at this. There's 3 swords in that spot that we really want to be heard, that we have something to say. And it's being fueled by these 2 that connect to our spirit. Our spirit is connected by a will and one voice. 2 wills, one voice connecting to spirit, being physically manifest. It's a beautiful little combination that we have here. And that's all coming out of this communication of just screaming sword all over the place. Beautiful, isn't it? Isn't it gorgeous? I wonder what they're feeling. Don't you want to know what they're feeling? Let's take a look. We'll go back to our diagram here, and we're going to look at what's the symbol of heart. It's going to be the water, Aquarius. So that's going to be the left-hand part of that pentacle. So we're going to look at the left-hand bead, and we're going to say, oh, wow, look at all these wands. That's some strong will that's filling that cup all over the place. Look at it underneath. It's based with 3 pentacles of physical manifestation of that will, and then 3 pentacles driving it. It's like a beautiful combination of the polar opposite forces of the physical, massive, real, solid thing, and the will, which is the thing that gave it life to begin with. The ultimate flame. There's no physical. It's pure heat. And down here is the solid that is the product of that. Gorgeous. It's a beautiful little reading, right? It's just a nice spread that we have here. This is good mojo. And of course we can go back here and we can look now at the bottom there. We have the earth and the fire. Let's look at earth, which is the bottom left pentacle. Okay, so that's going to be the bead on the bottom left that I see already just by glancing, and that's the beauty of these colors here. Just by glancing, it's surrounded by 2 cups. And so those 2 cups means that there's 2 vessels that are waiting to be filled in that area. There's 2 vessels waiting to be filled in that center. Okay. And when you consider that what we're talking about here with respect to earth, what that ultimately means is that there's a desire to physically manifest. There's a want to make real. And what is it that we want to make real? Well, the spirit kind of already has it. So there's something in the higher world that exists real that spirit wants to make into the world that's not here yet. It's in the form of a cup waiting to happen. Well, gee, how do we feel that? Right? How can we make that real? Because it sounds like it's something exciting. I don't know, I get a good vibe. I mean, doesn't this all kind of good vibe? Like we're getting a lot of will, we're getting a lot of listening, we're getting a lot of physically manifesting that will. A lot of good union to make that happen so that it's going to be real and not something that's bodily or profane, but real. And now that's what we do before we touch any beads, but let's actually use it now, right? Because we've gotten a lot of good learning, and so we have a good foundation to get some guidance, some knowledge. But we don't want knowledge, we don't want guidance. Why are we here? We are here for truth. We are here for each other, to know each other, and to have that. And so that's going to start by finding the truth, and so let's do that. The way I've been approaching this is that I leave a witness in the dish, and I take the other 4 witnesses out, and I let them just view the work. And so before I begin, what I'm going to do is just kind of catch up on the stream, or on the chat, and then we'll pick a subject, or maybe not. Maybe we'll just pick this one as a general reading, and then we'll We'll pick a couple people, pick a subject, and then we'll do tarot, we'll do I Ching, we'll do some other stuff. But so in the meantime, man, let's take a look at this. I can't remember where I was last when I cut off or when I stepped away. Okay, I'm going to add Shushu song choice. Okay, that was a while. That was at 2:12. All right, good. 80s music, right? Wow. Moonlight Desires by Going. If you reverse the lyrics as a love spell. Oh, I believe that. Well, that's it's sort of sympathetic magic, right? I mean, what is what is a love spell but a banishing in reverse? Right? Okay. I'm checking that next. Have you seen the movie Across the Universe? Oh, are you kidding? Was that great? I almost fought it for a while because I'm like, no one's gonna. I don't know if you know, I kind of dig the Beatles. This is my Abbey Road. But you are, I dig the Beatles. But yeah, come on. They did it right. Beautiful love story that unfolds using their words. Come on, it's great. Parts of your person you've not yet met. That's right. Is he hyper? Yeah. You need energy when you're going to sing like that. That's cool. Yeah, how? Dude, I'm just... Shushu, real quick. What was it like to jump into a chat room and have a complete stranger be like, oh, you must be Shushu. Like she's using the name I gave you. That's just cool. And Shushu has a very specific, beautiful meaning. Anyone who joins my Inner Sanctum, Vesta, is given a magical name until they choose their own. And so there's a few people here with magical names. Okay, and I'm all caught up. Great, okay. So, yeah, so let's do a quick general. So let me get my witnesses. And what these are the 5 elements. And typically I put spirit back in. And so we're just going to take these out. And these 4 elements, fire, water, air, and earth, are just going to kind of hang out up here in their little perch, and they're going to witness the work. And this is going to go back in the dish. And now these are the mother letters, the 3 divine. If you look at that diagram, these are the petals in the middle. The Aleph, Mem, Shin, those 3 petals that are surrounding the cross in the center. Just those 3 letters. And what those represent are the 3 major elements of air, fire, and water all coming together to create earth. As far as the letters of the alphabet, it's the Aleph, Mem, Shin, and it refers to the Fool, the Hanged Man, and Judgment. And so it's just a symbol of the 3 main energies of the majors that really are the seed of the holographic unfolding of the rest of the majors. And so now that he's there to be the source and the witnesses are present, the work can begin. So what we're going to do is a general reading. I'm just going to put out to the room there that try to stay sort of clear about what we're going to read about. So we're just going to receive truth without expectation. And I'm going to draw, just for the sake of the demonstration, I'm going to draw 2 and then choose a court card, and we're going to do some cards that way, okay? And so, very general reading, pull a couple of court cards and see what we can see. Well, how do you get a court card from beads? Because I respect the decadent. And that said, basically what we do is with the first bead is the station of the court. All of the princesses are earth. All of the princes are air. All of the queens are water. And all of the kings are wand, are fire. And so they have their associated suits. Wand, cup, sword, pentacle, right? Fire, water, air, earth. Masculine, feminine. Seeking, finding, wanting, having, speaking, listening, right? All these ideas are present there. And so that's the first bead. The second bead will give us the suit. So if I pick a green bead, that is a princess. If I pick another green bead, that's a pentacle, so that would be the Princess of Pentacle. And so that's the process that we go through to choose our court card. And so let's take a look. Okay, we have a princess. And that little bead, or the big bead, it kind of helps stir it around too. I like that. It sort of helps stir it around. And then let's pick another one. Okay, and we have a cup. So we have the Princess of Cups. The Page of Cups. To those that are in the Pixie system, it's the Page of Cups. Okay, and so now we've got some learning that took place. What do we know that means? Well, all the princesses are the seat of the throne of the element. The ace of the element holds all of the courts, and so this is 1/4 of the ace of cups. And she's the one that's going to bestow that element of the cup upon the world through her relationship with the prince, which is a beautiful kind of thing, right? And so basically then this relationship turns into her meeting him. And the two of these two get together and they have their little dance, right? And when they do have their dance, it changes the relationship and they wind up getting upgraded into the king and the queen. It's a beautiful kind of dance. But so just for the sake of this, let's go ahead and grab her so we can have context from an actual visual perspective of her. And so we're looking for the Princess of Cups. And the Princess of Cups is really the desire to make real the heart, to bring into physical manifestation what lives inside of your heart. Right? That's what her job is. That's what her superpower is making that happen. And how does she do that? By assuming the object of desire of the prince and fooling him into going through her, well, not fooling, but essentially enrolling him in going through her trials. And then he wins them. And in doing so, consummates the work and then bestows upon her all of the things that he learned during those trials. All of his wisdom is imparted. And then when the king passes, the queen, of course he's now king and she's now queen because they've consummated and succeeded. The queen is pregnant with that wisdom and at the same time seeks the advice of 3 advisors who give her further wisdom to make sense of what she's received from him. And then passes that along to her child, the new prince. And so this is the Princess of Cup, which is quite beautiful. In her cup is a turtle, and on the edge of her dress are all these different gems, which is really quite beautiful. And let's just, for the sake of the conversation here, count the gems, because, listen, you can't be a hermeticist if you don't count everything. So let's take a look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11. Oh, wait, there's another one. That's right. Inside of the eye of the fish is the 12th one. So we have the 12 signs waiting to be made manifest by her through her desire to receive. Okay. And there's some other symbolism here as well. We have all sorts of good stuff. The princess also happens to represent all of the signs that are relevant to that element. I'm a poet and didn't know it. Relevant to the element is the idea of all of the water signs. And they represented here in different fashions, right? You have the swan, you have the water lily, you have the fish, right? And so we have all the water signs are represented in here, plus the cup with the tortoise. It's a beautiful symbol. And there's some other occult wisdom in here that you can find in Book 4, Book of Thoth, and some other sources online as well if you want to explore that. But the ultimate true symbolism of this card, when you're getting down to what was actually desired when it was made to be communicated, is the idea of wanting to bring into physical manifestation the will through the heart, in the language of the heart. That's all she speaks. That's all she sees and respects. She is the ultimate reception. catch up on chat here. Mr. I'm going to scroll a bit here. Strange animal. Thought about grabbing a notepad. You know what you can do? It's really cool. It's all of these streams are up. So anything anybody puts in a chat that you want to go back to, anything that I speak about that you want to go back to, anything that's referenced, and also, you know, if there's anything that you want to remember, especially there are gems in this chat that are so valuable that this discourse that's occurring onto the side of this conversation that's happening here is just as valuable. And so if there's anything you see in there, anyone feel free, no joke, and please do this. Copy the stuff out of there and paste it in the comments of the video so it's there later for people who want to go back, or for yourself. Use the system that YouTube gives us. I read comments also, and I answer them, but use it. Guess what, people? I have a community tab. They opened up the community tab for smaller channels, and they're rolling it out slowly, and I guess I was on the beginning end of that, and so I'm in. It's awesome. It's cool. I unlocked it. I put up a little thing that I was going to be talking about today. I put up a picture of an Orphic egg and a little description and stuff, and it's cool. It looks like it's something we could actually use here, and so I might do that as well. And as I get more familiar with how to use the community tab, all the things that are available there for us to do, polls and neat stuff, send me your art. There's a few people here that I've talked to about that. If there's anything that you've drawn that you think tells the story, send it to me. We'll put it up on the community tab. We'll talk to people. We'll ask people about it. I also forgot to ask you, do you want an Ethernet cord to your laptop? I don't. I'm getting there. I know. Duh. I know. Wait a minute. You're supposed to be a Mr. Smart Guy and you're streaming off a Wi-Fi antenna? I know. I know. I'll get there, and you're right. And I shall hang my head in the shame that is your wisdom. But I really, two things. I'm broke and I'm lazy. I'm the busiest human you've ever met. I'm always constantly running. I don't sleep. So I want to. I want to just go get a freaking Cat 5 that's 50 feet and get it done, but I'm just... that requires doing. And I have enough doing going on, and I need a little bit of non-doing. You know, if someone wants to send me a Cat 5 cable, I'll use it. But all kidding aside, I know. That is the problem, or a problem? Is that the problem? Because legitimately, if you, listen, if that's the case, I have a Cat 5. It's not going to reach right now, but I'll test it tonight when this is done. And if that's the case, oh my God. You will be the savior. This chopping up nonsense anytime that there's any whatever, and it's inconsistent too, then yes, I will be forever grateful. No. It took me 2 years to finally get to an Ethernet cord. I got one at Walmart. Cat 6, okay. Thank you. Sure. Yep. Actually, that makes sense, right? Because there's a lot more throughput on these new routers, these new switches and shit. So, yeah, I'm with you. Awesome. I used to make cables. Did you ever make cables? I remember the first time I made a cable, I felt like, dude, I am tech god. Like, and all I did was strip the cable, you know, and it was, one of them was parallel and the other one was what's it called? You know, printer, what do they call that? You know, when you flip it. But, yeah, I remember making cables back in the day, Cat 5. I got it down to a technique. I can really do it pretty fast and pair it nice. But yeah. All right, I thank you for that. Really. Whose head are we petting? All winter, so if you feel like someone's watching you, it's likely me. That's awesome. That's cool. There's a lot of stuff up there. I channel for 4 hours a night, and it says I never know when the gems are. I made my internet provider. That's brilliant. Wait a minute. I love that. That's a very easy conversation. Listen, I've been paying you XYZ for XYZ amount of time, and your service is subpar, and so, you know, you have two options. An individual with a smile on his face, knocks on my door with 50 feet of copper wire wrapped in plastic, or I want 3 months free. So I'll let you decide, but those are your options. I'm home all day. Actually, I'm not. I'm never here. I'm never here. I made an HDTV antenna. That's awesome. And so is the word ghetto fabulous. I watched a Spanish YouTube tutorial. Okay, well, here's how you understood him, Tamara, really quickly before we move on. An imprisoned person with no other book than the tarot, if he knew how to use it, could in a few years acquire universal knowledge and would be able to speak on all subjects with unequaled learning and inexhaustible eloquence. And that's why you can speak Spanish when you've never heard the language. It hits you. It dawns on you. It just kind of it's like Matrix level downloading of certain bodies of knowledge, and it's true. It's, you know, you approach a subject that you used to have trouble with, but now you're your new self, devoid of all the nonsense hang-ups that give you the anxiety that prevent you from learning. And when all that disappears, you're just like in the pocket all the time. And then humanity hits and you're in pain and suffering and you hurt worse than you ever had in your life because now you know the definition of pain, but now you love that feeling because it's real and you can let it go. And so you feel it and let it go, and now you're back to being yourself again and moving on through your day. It's quite beautiful when you realize who you are and what that gives us. So yeah. So it looks like there's energy definitely here that's with respect to wanting to make manifest into the world our heart, the thing that we want in our heart, not our minds, not our bodies, but what our heart wants. And that's beautiful, right? And so what we can now look at is the tarot proper. I'll grab a deck, we'll shuffle, and we'll continue this as the querent, as the basis. This is the question that we're going to bring to the next reading. I'm sorry, is it silly, or is it selfish, or is it to just keep harping on the fact of how pretty I think this is? It really is beautiful, isn't it? I mean, those are hand-painted beads, and this all came together by accident. I've made this thing over and over again, so many times over the years, with different parts, different pieces, different doodads. You can make it with Legos for as long as they're separate colors and they're all the same size and shape. But this particular one came out beautiful with the metal and the ringing water and the hand-painted elements. It's just gorgeous. Oh my God, do me a favor, don't speak that. Here's why. First of all, I'm not doing that on purpose. God gave me this timbre, and it's how I speak. However, I've been told that many times, and I've even had people say that they come to my channel to fall asleep to my voice, which is beautiful. But ASMR is being shut down by Google because they consider it to be borderline softcore porn, and that's not what I'm doing. I'm speaking truth to adults, and so we speak the language of love, but this is not, like, I'm not here to that's not, like, don't shut me down, Google. ASMR, what's that? That's not who I am. That happens here. Because when you speak truth, it tingles in people's hearts, right? It rings across time and space, and it feels good. And so you're going to experience that because there's truth being spoken. And truth resonates. But I know. And I love it too. I love that I can participate in that tingle. And I love getting it back. In the meantime, I made a promise to you because you're new to my channel, and so I need to get this open. I'm going to read to you the Fool's Journey because it's really who you are. It's the story of your creation. I read this a couple of days ago. And it's divinely inspired. It just came to me because I was trying to think of a good intro to my channel. And I still haven't come up with one, but I thought this might be it, okay? So this is the actual story of your creation. And this is my interpretation of what the tarot actually is. I call it the Fool's Journey. Allow me to tell you a story. It's called the Fool's Journey. It has 22 chapters, but infinite pages, each with its own cast of characters, its own story, and its own conclusions. However, the main player is the most important character of this story because they walk through each chapter on their own path, slipping in and out of all the roles, concluding each having rewritten the entire chapter. At the conclusion of our epic, we find our player completely transformed, having sculpted the narrative of truth, and a new story emerges, one that is absolutely unique, yet absolutely universal. Who is this player, capable of such a feat as crafting this epic truth? Well, you, of course, you're the player, and the story is yours. And now, we can use the tarot to do exactly what is being spoken here, to literally, not figuratively, tell that story, to connect with that truth, and to turn that into words, to turn that into symbols that can be understood by the hearts of others. What are words? A necessity to communicate. They are the product of the necessity to communicate. There's no other reason for a word to exist other than for me to have a sensation and to want at all costs to cast that out into the world to be known by the other. And the way that we do that is with words. And now, here's a word. Hi. Here's another word. Here's another word. Right. There's a lot of beautiful words. And they're all spoken in different languages that are understood by parts of us. Sounds in a certain frequency put together in a context that is shared, that's spoken through vibration, is heard here. We call those words and sound. Comes in here, is processed here. I love you. Came from the mind, but the fuel of the words was the heart, and you heard it there. You took it in, but you heard it here. Right? And that's why it tickles. And so you can use different parts of yourself to hear different things. And so you can take the words and listen to them. You can take the words and feel them. You can take the words and touch them. Of course, there is being filled up, the heart's being filled, but there's also the sensation of the vibration it causes, right? That tingle. Those are separate but the same. One is causing the other. The tingle is a side effect. The cause of the tingle is a side effect. The only thing that's real is the initial sensation, which is the recognition that that word is you speaking, or is your name being spoken. That word is your name being spoken. That's right. Yeah, right. That's true. And it unfolds in that order. It unfolds wand, cup, sword, pentacle. Down here. Up there it's wand, sword, cup, pentacle. But same idea. It starts with the soul. So you're correct in a manner. Right. Mm-hmm. Why did that get... So, let's pull some cards. Why don't I use that deck, actually? I like that deck. The Surrealist Tarot, that's the one I showed in the beginning when I talked about the union of the Empress and the Magician turning into the Emperor, Empress turning into the High Priestess and the world. Showing that Orphic egg. Love that deck. And it works very well, too, with the Gold Rider weight, because it's literally exactly the same size. And so when I do my magical tarot workings, where I use the higher and the lower world 2 deck readings, the spreads that I use in my own personal work, perfect, because it's the exact size. They shuffle nicely together, and it just works. Let's look first of all at his representation of the Princess of Cup, right? That was the bead that we got. So let's see what the interpretation was of the Princess of Cup. It's going to be interesting to see. So this is a pixie system. It's called a page. Okay, so we're looking at the Rider-Waite version. What is that in the back of that card? Okay, I just want to be clear. That's the egg in front of the face of that man wearing the bolero in the back. Where have I seen that man before? That's right, he's the other man. He's the man on the lover's card. Let's go get him. Here he has an apple. Love that. I've talked about it before in the Lilith episode, the Serpent and the Flame. I've talked about it all over the place. The lover's card actually is the reenactment of the scene in the Garden of Eden. It's the temptation. It's the fall. It's the desire to fall in order that we can experience each other. And so here he has the apple as the lovers, but here the Page of Cups, which is now the unfolding. The lower end version, the lower world version, where we have the actual physical happenings of this beautiful, holy event taking place. We are the reenactment. The Page of Cups is the beginning of that reenactment being born. And so now it goes from the apple to the egg. Okay? Just gorgeous. And notice, where is he? He's not with her any longer. He's in the back, watching. And she's in the front, which is now manifested as the divine masculine, which is installed in her from him before he moves on, in the form of the learning that took place and the growth that took place during the trials. And so beautiful. So there's the Page of Cup. Very lovely that it connects with the lovers and everything we're talking about tonight. I didn't expect that. Obviously, I didn't plan on picking the Page of Cups from the dish, but just a beautiful little correspondence. And you're going to see that happen here a lot. It happens all the time. Or apparently, I felt like saying 3. No. My OBS number for 3 is this screen. This is the zoom in and then back to here. And so I was in the chat when that happened. So sorry about that. Although there may be something to that then. Who needs to know 3? 3 is the Empress. No, High Priestess. And the Empress. The third trump is the High Priestess, but the number 3 is the Empress. Either way, that's beautiful. And, look at the High Priestess. See her heart inside there in that book? I don't know if it's clear over there. That's an egg. That's the Orphic egg is in her. No, without the serpent. There's no serpent in this egg. Right. The serpent wraps around the egg. There's no serpent on that egg, right? Because the rest of the card is the serpent. Right, so that's how you know, and again, I've mentioned it many times before, that, in the higher world, the will is female, the wand is female, God is a woman. In the lower world, it manifests as a wand, and so we call it the divine masculine, and of course it is. But not in the higher world. So let's do some tarot. So, we're going to use what we came up with the Princess of Cup as the querent, as the basis for the reading. So now we're going to just use tarot to jump off of that and see where it lands. Because here she is offering her cup to the world, so now that's about to spill. And let's find out what emerges, what manifests from that, right? Should we keep it general, or does anyone have anything that they want me to pop in and look into real quick while we can use this process together? I got a new ring. Let's see which one you might be talking about. Nothing on this hand. Well, except this. This is a little gold ring that I just decided to put there. And this is a mood ring. These I've been wearing. I pop them in and out. I put my heart on today. So I have my heart upside down pouring, right? And then this little doodad You know what I use this for? I use it to hold spheres. Like, so if I have this on the desk, I can put one of the elements and it's not going to roll off my desk, right? And I can move this around and just like it'll stop anywhere I put it and it won't roll. So it's handy for when you're dealing with round things on a surface that tends to roll. But yeah, so, and this is a beautiful, cheap little turn your finger blue kind of. See that blue ring? Because I've been wearing it here. And I fell asleep with it on last night, and so I paid for that. And then that's after showering. But yeah, so. And this is just the adornment for the work. There's only a couple that I wear permanently. The peridot never leaves my finger. This peridot I will die with it on. And but the rest of them are pretty much adornment. It's reminders of certain things. The 4 elements. This has a very specific personal meaning that has nothing to do with marriage. I wear it there for a different reason. This is the finger of marriage anyway, right? This is the finger that has a blood vessel that goes all the way to the heart. And so there's meanings. They're all kind of like the water being the fuel for the cosmos, and the fact that everything is ultimately actually water. Everything physical is, and so forth. The vortex. This is a spoon bent into a circle, right? And what is a spoon but a cup? Okay, and it's all there. Right? That reminded me of something I just wanted to say really quickly. This is going to sound very strange before we move forward, but so be it. I just want to be honest. Today was my ex-wife's birthday, and we're not together any longer. Obviously, we've been separated for quite some time now, but we have a good relationship. We have a good friendship. In that, although we barely talk, that it's not for any reason that we don't. It's just that we just don't, and we're busy and whatever. But that said, chances are, there's a 99% chance that she will not see this. But if you happen to see this, Jen, I want you to know that I love you, and thank you for those 3 beautiful women that are going to be in my life forever. They're so special, and every time I look at Samantha, I'm reminded of the good times we had. Even though stuff got kind of weird and we had all that yucky go on, everyone has yucky, and so I don't look at you and see that. You're an amazing nurse, and the world is better for your healing and your love. You're an amazing mother that does an amazing job with our daughters, just thank you, right? And let's just continue that momentum moving forward, and being open to who we're going to become, and being open to allowing us to be part of that, right? And for the betterment of ourselves, for the girls, and just for life and love, So thanks for being my friend, and I love you. Okay, happy birthday, babe, for real. Go enjoy yourself. Don't get too high, and I love you. So yeah, all right. So let's read cards, man. Does anyone want a reading, or are we just gonna do a general? I kind of don't have a preference. It can be sort of anything. It can be anything. We can read on a geopolitical event, which I kind of don't like to do because politics. I take that back. I'm not doing that. We can look at something global, though. We can do. She was sweet too. She's a Scorpio on 5 planets, so she knew how to sting 5 ways. but she's also very sweet and very serious mega moon energy. Yeah. Yep. I'll tell you what too. I'll give you a general. Sure. And our 3rd child, the epidural fell out, and second. Straight up pushed that baby out with nothing. Listen, I've seen some shit that impresses me. Right? I was so enamored by her. Like, I can't explain the man. Okay, any men in the room, perk up for a sec. Look at your woman. You ain't shit. You have no idea what that woman is capable of going through, brother. Like, dude, you would not be able to survive 5 minutes of what that woman would go through for 36 hours to bring that baby into this world. And you know what? I witnessed a woman do it, gritting her teeth with no painkillers because the epidural fell out and it was too late. And she was faced with that reality of, oh shit, there's nothing I can do but do this. It's happening. Whether or not I participate, I might as well give in. And when that pain hit, when all you want to do in the world is run from it, she went into it and pushed it. And she, oof. Superwoman, like fucking divine feminine, real, in your face. And so, man, whoever you think you are, guys, look at that woman laying next to you, and that you can't touch that. Are you kidding? Come on. You need something lifted, heavy? I'm your guy. Fine. I can't do what you did, though. I can't do that. Sorry, don't ask me to do that. So let's do a general reading then. What's your birthday, by the way? I don't need the year, but help me out. I need a month and a day just to kind of get a sense of your deacon and some other things, and then I'm going to continue with your general. Let me shuffle in the meantime. I scared Arlo. I'm sorry, buddy. Oh, you're not used to that noise by now? Be for real, dude. Oh, he's giving me... I just got some Chewini side-eye. You have not been looked at until you've been side-eyed by a Chewini. True. You got Scorpio too? Yeah, legit. It's death and rebirth, right? You clearly have a connection with tarot. You get that. Okay, April 15th. Cool. So, yeah, right? Let's take a look at your deacon. If you don't know what that means, the wheel is 360 degrees, and the ancients, in their compulsion to cut everything up into sections so that they can process it better, cut the wheel up into 4 seasons, cut the wheel up into 12 moons, cut the wheel up into 365 days, which is the number of times the Earth does this and the time it takes one of those, right? And one of the divisions that they did was 10-degree periods of time. They cut it up into 10-degree periods. What is a degree? Is it an arbitrary number that we just picked? No. They measured the disk of the moon and they measured the disk of the sun and combined them, and that was 1 degree. So a moon is half a degree and the sun is half a degree. And so 1 degree in the sky, if you just want to know, if you want to know what the shape of a degree is, look up at a full moon and multiply that by 2 in your eye. So look up and 2 of those is 1 degree. Okay, 10 degrees of those is a deacon. Right, and now we can see that on this chart here, right? And this chart represents periods of time of the Wheel of the Year. And what we're going to do is we're going to find your birthday of April 15th. Okay, which you're going to see emerging there in that period of time right before Taurus, at the end of Aries. And so that period of time is ruled by the planet Mars, as you know, but it's also ruled by Venus in Aries. Okay, now consider that. Your deacon is Venus in Aries. Okay, and you'll see that there under April 15th, April 11th through 20th. And also now the ruling courts of your period of time are the Prince and Princess of Disc. So how beautiful, because this is the beginning of that union. Go back one period and you're in the period of the 3 of Wand instead of the 4 of Wand, which is the Sun in Aries compared to Venus in Aries. Right? And that is ruled by the Queen and the Princess. So this is the Queen passing on and the Princess being renewed as the disc. But for you, it's the Prince and the Princess, right? And so now, let me get this, let's do this correct for you. So give me just a moment to set that up. It will literally just take a moment. And what I'm going to be doing here is I'm just going to draw you some lines that will give you a better view on what we're looking at here. These lines are going to just kind of button up the thing that we're viewing, which is a certain period of time for you that includes various cards. And so let me just get the cards I don't need, the lines I don't need, rather, out of the way. That's going to be, I don't need the sigil stuff. I need the wheel. Here we go. Okay, the wheel. wheel diagram. Very good. Okay, so now let's turn off the vortex. Great. Now, so this wheel diagram, I'm going to draw the stuff that's relevant to your particular chart. Give me a moment to put that together. And what we're doing here is we're looking at this period of time, which is represented by April 11th through 20th, and that your deacon is the Four of Wands, which I'm going to pull and show you, and it's also the energy of Venus in Aries. Okay, Venus in Aries is the ruling energy of that period, and your tarot card is the Four of Wands. Okay. You see how that came together? That we can use this diagram to get all this learning from the date. And we can also tell the entire story. That's a spread that I do. It's available for private if you'd like. What it does is it tells the story of your creation from beginning to end, utilizing this cast of characters. The Queen of Wands emerging as the prior queen that gives birth to the new prince, which is the Disc, which is courting the Princess of Disc. He wins her trials. The Princess of Disc trials are representative of Aries and that particular deacon, the 4, which is yours, the 5, 6, and 7 of Disc, the 8, 9, 10 of Sword, and those are the trials, which are all ruled by Gemini, Taurus, and Aries as the 3 major, like, Phoenix slash Sphinxes that you have to get through, right? And then once you've made it through those trials, you get to that next stage where you have done it, you consummate. The queen is pregnant. Because she's now queen, the prince is now the knight, the king. And he becomes Sword from Disc. So he takes his earth and turns into air and becomes the sword. The princess becomes the Queen of Cup. And then the story continues. And there's various other cards in there, but that all comes from the birth, the date of your birth, the deacon, and that tells us here, and then we can burst out and get the full story from there, okay? So what we're going to do for your reading now is we're just going to find your deacon, and that's going to be the basis for the beginning of this reading. And so this deacon is going to be the 4 of Wand. Okay, so let me find the 4 of Wand, and then I'm going to shuffle the deck, okay? And then we're going to read from there using the Princess of Cup as the beginning of the reading, because remember when we pulled the beads, the card that began this whole process was going to be the Princess of Cup, right? Which is the idea of wanting to bestow physically into the world her heart. Okay, and I forgot what I was looking for. 4 of Wand, okay. What a pretty card. I love this. All right, before I show you this, okay, Vesta, are you ready to have your mind completely, thoroughly, absolutely busted open and filled with truth? I'm shaking with it. I'm shaking with the truth. You understand? You know why, right? There's your garden. There is your garden. You used to be terrified, right? But you're not anymore because now you're in the garden. Padal. When you are in this garden, speak the name Padal, and the fear is gone. Smell the flowers, feel the air, the coolness, the sweetness of the milk. Everything about it, it's just so beautiful, right? So now we're going to start there. And now what we're trying to do is we're trying to bring physically manifest into the world your heart. And that is going to come through this as the lens. This is the intelligence by which that is being brought into the world. Okay? And so, just gorgeous. There's another thing I want to point out here, actually. Look at those figures on the bottom in the boat. Isn't that beautiful? That big, tall figure that's sort of like about to step out, and then there's the person in the boat that brought them there to that garden. Isn't that interesting? that has an implication, actually. That implication is that the location of that garden is shared by another, and that you are there because you were brought there. It was not just a singular, alone event. You were brought there by your other, and your other is access to that garden. Do you see that? Right? That's not a stretch, people, right? I don't think at all. I don't think that that's a stretch at all. I think you need to enroll the person that's steering that boat into bringing you to that place. And that, what is that person that's the person that's steering that boat, right? Well, we know who that is, of course. We've talked about that many times. By the way, thank you for an amazing tarot reading. Okay, so let me continue to shuffle, and then we're going to go from there, okay? Okay, and I'm going to just kind of keep shuffling until I feel like we're ready to go. And then we're going to take a look at what is this actual act of enrolling the universe? What is this act of making manifest what's in your heart? It turns out there's actually a method. There's actually an equation. There's actually an algorithm. There's a way to, in the world right now, not mentally, not emotionally, not spiritually, physically, practically do this work to have an actual physical result take place. That's what we're trying to do here. Right? And so if the princess is poking at us, telling us that there's something in our hearts that we want to make real, how do we do that? Well, I've spoken it before on the channel here, that the way to do that is, the one that's speaking is the one that's creating, right? Speaking is an act of creation. So how do we do that? Well, so it's just as easy as speaking what you want. I want a big bag of gold. Oh, it doesn't work. No, that's not how it works. You have to speak properly. You don't speak with your voice the same way you don't hear with your ears. You speak with your heart. And how do you do that? How do you speak with the heart? Well, you look out into the world and you recognize that that's you speaking. So you're in a state of listening and you hear the world speaking and realize that that's you. That's the thing you've got to come to. I'm sorry, but that's the cost. That's the price of admission. Recognizing yourself in the world. So you look out and you see yourself, you hear yourself, and you have that recognition that that's you hearing your voice. And in that recognition, while you're listening to yourself talk and you realize that that's you talking, wait a minute, if that's me talking, that means I'm in a state of speaking. You're there. Welcome to the Inner Sanctum. So now you are speaking, and the one speaking is the one creating. The act of speaking is the act of creation. That's how you manifest. There's the secret of magic, ladies and gentlemen. So now, the trick is allowing yourself to be open to realizing that truth, to receiving that reality, unencumbered by the ego, by the mind, and the way that you do that is you hear that voice using all four at the same time. And so when the universe speaks truth to you, which is actually you speaking back to yourself, hear it in the heart first. And then process it bodily. How does it feel? If you were thinking about somebody else's thoughts, what does that look like in your mind? And then it's time to, really process it mentally. Do the math. What am I looking at? What are the elements? What are the colors? What does this mean? And then you're translating for real, because you're using all four at the same time, so you're not stuck in your bodily desire. You're not stuck in your logical faculty that won't accept things that aren't empirical. You're not stuck in the trap that we bump into, where if it's even remotely uncomfortable, run from it. Everything should be just pure joy all the time. Joy is an adjective. Stop chasing it and create it. It exists now. And so there's truth there. So let's now that we've done this work, A, we know that the goal here is to make manifest what's in your heart. B, we understand that you have now achieved the goal of recognizing the other in the world, and he's brought you to your garden, and you're sitting there in your beautiful peace. What is it that's in your heart that you want to manifest? The Knight of Cup. The Knight is different. The princesses are all earth. The prince is all air. The queens are all water, and the kings, or the knight, are all fire. Now, let me correct myself. This is a Rider-Waite system, right? We determined that because the princess was a page. Therefore, the knight is the prince. Thank you, Michael, for getting that right. You're welcome. Okay, so, yeah, I was going to be upset at myself after watching this. This is the knight, which is the prince, which means heir. So this is communication of the heart. If the princess is the desire to make it real, his job is to speak it. Okay? And again, this gets back to this idea of the other. When you're trying to manifest into the world, to make real into the world, you can't do the work alone. Can't. Didn't I just prove it? I want a big bag of gold. It's not going to work. Go back to yesterday's stream. My power is real. Right? But my power to create is based on my ability to connect with the other and for the two to communicate properly, to energize and to speak that into reality. It doesn't happen alone. So when you're attempting to intuit, that is an alone work. When you're attempting to create, that is a together work. You can't intuit together and you can't create alone. The Knight of Cups is your other. There's a piece of you that is starting to recognize that truth, or maybe you have already known it. But when you got into your little garden there, you now are hearing that whisper in the distance. I love you. Yeah, that's right, you heard it, it's real. And that's him calling out to you and wanting you to hear him and have him and be him and do him and all these things. Because when you do have all these things together, everything we talked about today is yours, right? And so there's this idea of the thing you're wanting to bring manifest into the world from your heart is the other. And he's out there calling to you right now. Because that's what he does. The knight is the sword, right? And so he's out there speaking that heart. He hears it and he's giving it back to you. Okay, now the next card I'm going to pull is what is he saying? What should I listen for? Should I listen with the heart, with the mind, with the body, with my spirit? Well, we already know the answer. It's all four. But which one are you going to hear first? Which one's loudest? Right? Some people speak heart all day. Some people speak sword all day. Some people, so which one are you listening for? Let's find out. Knight of Sword. Okay. You know. And why I say that, I know that is the cheapest tarot answer ever, but no, this is reality, right? And here's why. It's the Knight of Sword, meaning that you're already hearing it, and you know the message. You've heard it already. You've heard his voice. He's spoken to you. You've heard the words he's spoken. This is not new to you. And now look at this beautiful image. Okay, and that just, all those eggs burst open and all that reality has been already manifest between the two of you. This is a old soul between the two of you. You two have, this is not new. And look at this beautiful infinite phone cable. Gorgeous card, love this. It's the Dada. Who's familiar with that term? Dada refers to an art style. That was basically, I'm not sure if it was meant to mock art or if it was intelligently meant to prove that art can be anything, but I probably the former. But Dada is basically the idea of anything could be art. You could literally anything. And so somebody tried to take that to the nth degree and to show things that had no coherence, no connection. Everything that's in this, the beauty of Dada, everything that's in this is meant to be disconnected. And the fact is, and the lesson of Dada is that if we see any symbolism, if we see any connection, we're making that up. It's in our minds. Because it's really just, if you're doing it right as a Dada artist, it has to be completely disconnected and discordant, right? But there's this idea here of that you are aware. You've heard this person before. You know them in some fashion. You know their voice. And you've heard it. But there's also this idea of communication being the basis of that, right? Give me just a moment. Is that who I think it is? Maybe. Okay, yeah. All right. So, beautiful. I mean, here I am telling the story, and then, listen, I mean, anybody here who's read cards knows, and please verify this person, I'm not stretching here. This is just it's just the unfolding of the truth, which is great. Because I've revealed before that I don't answer questions. I don't care what you come to me with, I'm telling you the truth. I will use my superpowers to spin the words in a way that you will hear what you want while I'm speaking it, but I'm going to tell you the truth, and I'm not going to answer your question. But so, in this case, though, it was a general reading anyway, but it did come up with the story and the fact that it looks like you're in a position of seeking that other, and that other is out there calling to you right now. And so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to pause, and I'm going to ask you now that we've done the general part, and we have a direction if you have any questions, okay? So while you're doing that, I'm going to go through the chat real quick for my own FOMO, and then you think about what I just said. Consider what we've talked about thus far, and if you want me to elaborate, then I will, and if not, then I'll stop the reading and we'll move on to an oracle or some I Ching or whatever the case, but it's up to you, okay? Padal. Love that. Vesta Padal. Padal Vesta. Vesta Padal. I don't know, let's look at it this way. How did I write it? Padal, I guess Vesta Padal. You know what we didn't do? We didn't look up the actual definition of Padal in Hebrew. Nor Vesta. Vesta is not a Hebrew word. However, it might exist as, Vav, He, Shin, or Samach, Tau, Aleph. It may be a word. Same thing with Padal. Who knows? Maybe we should look it up. If only I had a Hebrew dictionary. And one of these days I'm going to buy one. I have one in my thing. Eventually I will. It's funny, it's like things come up. Things come up. But there's a great resource online that isn't bad that I might look at for Gematria, but it doesn't really have, it's not a dictionary. It'd be Fey, Ein, Dalet, Kof, Lament. I might be able to do it in the meantime. Let me see. I'm always worried about blowing up the stream because of the RAM on my computer, but let's just do this. Because why not? If we're here to play with our toys, let's do it. Okay, so what did I say? Pay Ein Dalet. Kof Lamed. Make sure I got that right. Okay, that's an I, not an Aleph. Okay, this is the part of, the transliteration even for Google is really kind of hard to navigate. There is no Aleph. That's going to be just a straight up Dalet, right? Oh, an Ein. Okay. Maybe it'll read as an O. Yeah, I just need a Hebrew dictionary. Trying to go through software and the different versions of transliteration. It just doesn't work. Let me see. I can't wait till AI gets its act together and I can program an AI magical assistant. I'll call him Didi. 10 points where anyone can tell me the reference of where I got that. Okay, so let's see here. Oh, cool. Can I type it like that? I just found the coolest shit ever. Okay, give me a moment here. P. And then we're going to do Ein. Dalet. Is it Aleph? No, Kof. And Lamed. Okay, now if this actually gives me a definition, I'm going to be very happy. Select the dictionary. Oh, okay, go. Wow. Okay, let's go back to the original. Look at the letters. I think I got it right. Right? Oh wait, here you go. Suggested spellings. Okay, P-A. Yep, wait. Okay. That's pronounced correctly. And that's important too. Here's an important point for people who are doing magical work using Hebrew. It's more about spoken than spelled, but spoken. But here's the important thing, okay? Are you ready? This is so cute. This is very cute. Poodle. Now that's clearly phonetic. Padal, poodle. Because there's no direct word with that spelling. There isn't one, which is kind of neat. So then, but what the system did is it gave it to me in phonetics. And so your name is Poodle. Sajini, what's going on? Where have you been? You're not allowed to do that. Just not come to my channel for like a month. Things are wonderful, and I'm glad that you're here. Any chance I can have a yes or no? Absolutely. I'm working with somebody right now. But guess what? You're next. And I'm sorry I didn't know you were coming, so I didn't wear orange. I'm wearing a very light pink purple that shows up on camera as gray. So, but yeah. But absolutely, I'll be happy to. I'll be happy to throw a couple cards for you. I have a question. Does it have to do with Charmin? Because I have my notes ready. I'm kidding. I'm not. They're right there. But so, okay, but a party poodle? Maybe we can have a Tweedle Beetle battle in a puddle with a paddle and a poodle. And we can have a Tweedle Beetle bottle puddle poodle battle. That's my kind of party. I know that sounds silly. Please pardon my penchant for profundity, but it's part and parcel of my purpose, which is to present the present of the present to the person persisting in the prison of their personality. So it's not my fault. All right, so what was I doing? Having fun. That's what I'm doing. I'm having fun. Yeah, so we were there, and then, oh yeah, that's right. I paused and asked you if you had needed any clarification, right? Or did you have any additional guidance that you wanted based on what I had just read? This is where we are, if you recall, right? This is where we are. And so it's a matter of then if there's any particular additional guidance that you wanted. Dr. Seuss is always present whenever there's art and beauty present. You know? So let's do this then. I'm going to pull one final card, just throw it down, and that's going to be sort of the bow on this, right? And so here's what to do. So what I'll say is because this has all been talking about that same. I want to know who that knight is for. Oh, all right. So you beat me to it. What I was going to do is put out a card that's going to answer the question of what should you be saying in order for him to hear you and know that you're listening, so that you two can maybe connect in some way, right? To recognize each other directly in this world, not just the higher selves that already are. So let's find out. Wow, look at the beautiful color of that card. Is that gorgeous? Oh, she's pretty too. I like the green. Gorgeous. Anyways. There's really two answers to this, Padal. The first answer we're going to get to here with the cards. We're gonna again, what is it that you need to kind of put out in order that you hear him back, and him know that you hear him. But the second answer here is that you already know it. You could I'm your other, and so is Kitten, and so is Brianna, and so is Sajini, and so is Luana, and so is Shushu. Not to mention Shushu's pretty handsome. But so you get the idea, right? But of course there is just one other out there also, and that's the one that we're talking about. So let's be frank, that's true. Right? Wicked. Wow. There may have been some of that, right? You never know where they find their influence. Oh, that's well. Yeah, thank you, Gabrielle. It's cool. Well, it's just natural. This is what's coming up for her. So this is her energy. Yeah. Another way that we can phrase that then, Gabrielle, is by saying, I really like Vesta. She's sweet. Right? Because that's what we're reflecting here. What this is, when you do the right job as a reader, is you're reflecting the truth of the person you're reading. Their truth, not their lie, but their truth. And so what you're reacting to is her truth, and that's kind of beautiful. Hey, Vesta. Gabriella thinks you're sweet. Okay, so why did I call you Gabriella? Anyway, so Gabrielle thinks you're sweet. Gabba Gabba. She's never heard that before. I'm the first person to ever call her that, so I get to. Okay, so you ready for the answer of what it is that you should be speaking in order that you hear him and that he know that you know? Upside down Emperor. Okay, I don't read upside down, so forget that. But the Emperor. First of all, the 4 came up. 4 is your deacon, 4 is your energy, 4 is your mojo, and this is your man. Holographically represented through that. How cool is that, right? And where is he? We talked about this before. He's standing in your ocean. So where do you find him? In your ocean. Meaning that there's somebody in your life that you already have had a connection with, a communication with, that you've heard before, and he's heard you before. And believe it or not, he's in your ocean already. Okay, somebody take note of this. Crash Test Dummies, Swimming in Your Ocean. I got to read those lyrics next. Please, somebody remember to type that down. I will not remember. You know I'm a scatterbrain. I'm the dumbest smart guy you ever met. Crash Test Dummies, Swimming in Your Ocean. Okay, so, all right. The answer to your question is in that song, and we're going to read the lyrics right now. Well, in a moment. But so, all right. that was a lot of fun. Both of those reads were great. I love the bead read to get your querent, and then that leading to us reading your deacon and finding all those connections just means that you are where you belong. There's a good vibe of your energy in this space, and that you and I had a good bond and connected well on an energetic level, that we could speak well, and I think that went great, and and it felt great. I love those kinds of readings, and so thank you for that. Hey, gotta check pumpkin pie. What? Where's my slice? That's funny. And that sucks. I'm in upstate New York, which means that if you send me that slice of pie, it's going to be gross by the time it gets here. So we got to figure something out. I love pumpkin pie. I love pumpkin pie. Who doesn't love pumpkin pie? You know, there's a period of time where well, on and off actually, I've done it my whole life. It's been a little while, COVID and stuff. But I used to just pop in on people on Thanksgiving that I knew were alone. I spent a lot of Thanksgivings alone, and I'm a baker. And my way to show love, especially to strangers, is to hand them a loaf of bread that I made or something. And so this one year, though, pumpkins were like short. You couldn't get pumpkin stuffing anywhere. You couldn't even get pumpkins to just do it legit, like do it the right way. But I couldn't get pumpkin filling, and I was like, what am I going to do? And so I just got clever, and it worked. Butternut squash. People, that works. Go get some butternut squash and clean it out like you would a pumpkin and make a pumpkin pie from butternut squash, and I guarantee you they won't know the difference, especially if you season it like you would. You get your normal pumpkin spice seasoning and do your clove or whatever else that you would do, but use butternut squash. It's a gourd. It's all gourd. It's same family. Slightly different flavor, but not really. And again, I mean, what is a pumpkin pie? Could we just be all frank about what we're talking about here? Pumpkin pie is evaporated milk, sugar, and pumpkin spice seasoning with something in it to make it orange. And so if that orange happens to be a pumpkin, then great. But if it happens to be butternut squash, then cool. And it worked. And I still never told anyone. So people out there that you got my pies, the little ones with the box with the cookies and everything in it and this stuff, that pie was made out of butternut squash. True story. Hope you liked it. But again, it's the same family as a pumpkin. It's all pumpkins, you know what I mean? Is that a bubble tea? The funny thing is that one of my first gigs up here as a graphic designer in the Hudson Valley was for a company or a restaurant that does bubble tea. Chinese couple moved to the United States a long time ago and decided to finally do the thing and have their dream, and they created an upscale noodle bar, and it was a lot of fun doing their menus and their screens and stuff and their graphic, their logo and things. It was a lot of fun. That food is really good too. He makes the best bibimbap you ever ate in your life. True story. And his pork belly is it's for. So next, I suppose we should do. We can either pick an oracle or I Ching, or do another tarot reading. Or we can do some reading. There's a couple of songs I wanted to look at. I think Swimming in Your Ocean is going to be important, right? We're going to look at Swimming in Your Ocean to kind of top off this question that Padal has with respect to this other that she's looking for, right? I wonder if it's going to be another asteroid or potentially like another body in space. Spoiler, it is another body in space. We're all just bodies in space. Crash test dummy swimming in your ocean. Right, yeah. Let me look at it now. By the way, it's a great song. Here's what Swimming in Your Ocean is about. Before I read the lyrics, I'll give you the actual context of the song. A man and a woman are making love, and he's distracted. He's bored. And so he's distracted thinking about stuff while he's there, and he's kind of in his mind about the fact that he's in his mind and not in the fact that he's in the middle of making love. It's hysterical. It's not funny, but it is. But here, swimming in your ocean. Okay. Yep. All right, here we go. Yeah, it's classic. You know what I like too about this? Anyone who's familiar with Crash Test Dummies is that it's one of the few bands that I don't have to change my register to sing. I sing in his range. Like there's very few people that do that. Leonard Cohen. Love Leonard Cohen. Born to lose. I've lived my life in vain. He's in my range. Baby, I've been waiting night and day. I didn't see the time, and I waited half my life away. There were lots of invitations. I know you sent me some, but still I'm up here waiting for the miracle. For the miracle to come. Leonard Cohen. Check that one out. That song is haunting. Okay, so this is Swimming in Your Ocean, Crash Test Dummies. And now you tell me if there's something here for you. The fact is that what you're about to hear is Divine Mind telling us that the answer to who your other is in this song. Here we go. When I'm sampling from your bosom, sometimes I suffer from distractions. Like, why does God cause things like tornadoes and train wrecks? When I'm swimming in your ocean, floating aloft on creams and scented lotions, I can get pretty sidetracked. I hope you'll understand. When I kneel before your bounty, sometimes I wonder if there could be like UFOs that come from other planets. And when you let me taste your fingers, I like to take them like fruit as I linger, and I wonder if my seed will find purchase in your soil. Okay, so let's review that. Let's review the song from an intuitive perspective with respect to it being the source of truth, and if we can find it, right? Okay. When I'm sampling from your bosom, sometimes I suffer from distractions like why does God cause things like tornadoes and train wrecks? This is a person who suffers anxiety to the degree that they deny themselves joy. There's no further denial of joy than being in the presence of your other in the act of love and being elsewhere, right? And so this person's distracted by anxiety, whoever they are. Good night, Bree. Thank you. Thank you for popping in. Go do work, and I hope you're not. I hope you're going to go do rest. Go do rest, but I know you're going to go do work. Kick ass and take names. And so, right, there's this idea of there being an anxiety. When I'm swimming in your ocean, floating aloft on creams and scented lotions, I can get pretty sidetracked. I hope you understand. So it's kind of an idea of like, you know me. You know I get sidetracked. You know I'm distracted by my emotions, or I have this thing I'm dealing with that makes me all over the place, right? So consider that energy for this person. And then we look at when I kneel before your bounty, sometimes I wonder if there could really be UFOs, right? This is somebody seeking. And they may not be aware of the fact that you're the one. So they're looking all over for it, not realizing that it's right there in front of them. Like it's like, hello, I'm here. And he's not hearing it, or you're not hearing it, right? And then when you let me taste your fingers, I take them like fruit and I linger, and I wonder if my seed has firm purchase in your soil. What he's talking about here is that he finally snaps out of it and goes, oh, wait a minute. And then says, hey, you know, and she says yes, and so she offers his fingers, and then while he's actually receiving her, it dawns on him, oh shit, I hope I didn't knock her up. So it's a weird distraction, like he's elsewhere. The whole point of this person is he's not really in it with you. He's in his own head elsewhere. And then finally in the end, when he's too busy ignoring everything that was just happening, he selfishly takes your fingers and wonders, oh, I hope I didn't get her pregnant. So ultimately, this person, the other, is right now in a weird state of like selfishness and is doesn't hear you. Although you have spoken, And there has been a communication before. There is a recognition that's taken place before. But because of the fact that that is not directly happening now, and that the remembering has been forgotten, that he's kind of off being dumb and not understanding and missing it. He's distracted. He's missing it. He's distracted by mental activity that's negative. We talked about this anxiety, the idea of there being kind of a selfishness because he doesn't recognize the other yet. And so he's just strictly enjoying the body, or that's his desire, is to enjoy the body as opposed to the connection, right? How does that feel? What do you think about that? Ciao bella. Molto bella. So, what do you think? How does that feel? And more than that, is it like, if you want, we could even go for, not now, but in the future, another reading privately, if you'd like, or whatever. We can go and get deeper into that and kind of take a look at like a karmic connection kind of reading to maybe get an identity, an age, these type of things. But I don't know. Epidawl, that felt great. I will read you anytime you want. I appreciate that. That was a pleasure. And again, clearly there's a connection, and I feel good that we can read together and it'll be good. Like, you never know until you do it with somebody that it's going to work, or that they're open to the process, or that I'm open to the process with them, and that there's not a weird chemistry there that doesn't gel. So we gel, and that's awesome. So, well, okay. The sad part is the fact that it takes a little bit of time to sometimes get out of your own head to hear the truth, right, Jess? It's like, how many times have we been directly spoken to and missed it? I spoke about it yesterday. That every rainbow is unique, and every time it's rained, there was a rainbow created for you that you missed because you didn't go outside. Right? Did I get your picture? I did, but I haven't looked at it. I'll look at it right now. If you like, I'll look at it right now. But so you get the gist, right? It came up, and I saw it on my watch, but I didn't want to stop and turn around and grab my phone. But let's take a look. But so the idea, though, is the other is always available to us once we start listening to it, right? And we can't miss that rainbow by being afraid to get wet. What's that from, Bree? Before you go, what's that from? Yeah, no, I know which one you mean. Are you kidding? I mean, it was obvious which one you meant. But yeah, what is that? Is that in your possession? Is that an object that you have? What am I looking at? That is so awesome. All right, can I show people? Is it okay for me to show it up on the stream? I don't think there's anything in here that's personal, right? This is a safe picture to show. I'll wait for you to give me permission, but I don't see that you'd have a problem with that. But and I have questions like, how big is it? You had. Okay. It's okay though. The message is you have a photo that you just shared, and all right, and I'm about to share it to everybody, and so we're all going to see this. This is actually very beautiful. So question: what is it made of, and roughly how big is it with respect to like a human hand? Okay, so. And then something gorgeous. Look at him with his suit on. Okay, so let's get the card. Holy crap, Bree. Fucking what a great find. What a great find. You're just awesome. You got all kinds of mojo. Look at this. That's just so cool. He's even wearing a suit. Love it. They're both saying, oh, that's cool. Oh. What's going on down here? it's supposed to be an ashtray, but use it as a decorative. Great, I'm glad. Is that my height? That's a big zoom, yeah. Okay. All right, I'll be satisfied with that. Later on, I'm going to do an image search on Google and find the source of it and see if it's something. Is it folk art? Is it a representation of another depiction, but done through like a folk art character? Look at him with the striped pants. That's interesting too, because look at the texture of her legs, which is represented as his. And so this is an interesting kind of dichotomy of the higher and lower version of the male, the divine masculine, giving in to the feminine and becoming receptive, and them swapping. So here you have the male and female, and here you have the female and the male. And they're each sort of like in their own opposites swapped. Hang on, let that catch up. Their own opposite swapped versions, right? Oh, really? Oh, there's another picture on the back? He's holding her. Cool. It is beautiful, isn't it? They're both beautiful, but there's some raw kind of vibe in the metal one that you don't get here. But this is, it's a beautiful depiction of the stone and the tree. But this is different, and there's a sensuality that's built into it. I believe it. I do. Thank you so much for sharing that. And thank you for being like that person. And I'm so that person too. And so that you saw something and went, I know I've got that elsewhere. Let me go get that. Because everyone now just benefited from that. Everyone just did, right? And what a beautiful synchronicity, because I had no intention of pulling this deck out today. But once I did the Orphic egg thing, I realized, I need to pull this out. Okay. Now, let's see. It doesn't want to fit. Yeah, this is the way I store these cards. Tell me I'm crazy. Look at this little box. Just a little wooden box. Okay. But I grab them often, right? And so I don't actually store them in this. It's just a way for me to have it sitting up next to my desk. I got a lot of people cringe when they see how I store my cards. I don't actually store them that way. That's just there for usage. But okay. Something else. Great. That's just awesome. It's very special, people. Very, very special. Thank you, Brianna, for just being open to the energy and sharing that, and being incredible and amazing and awesome. And have sweet dreams. Dream sweet. Dream sweet. So, cool. Thank you. Awesome. You know what energy's missing from this room? Who knows what energy has been missing from this room for quite some time now? A couple days. In fact, what's it been, like 3-4 days since that energy's been gone? We're talking. She's around. But I miss her. And I know that I'm not going to see her in the streams because of it, and I know why, but we have a beloved member of the group here that's she's very powerful with this kind of symbolism, and it'd be cool to kind of get her perspective on this as this was happening as well. Especially Dionysus and Eros and that whole thing. Emma, that's right. Emma's missing too. I wasn't thinking Emma, I was thinking Missy, but Emma. Yeah, I guess we scared her off with truth. We loved her too much and she won't come back. That's okay. She's welcome. I have a dream. And I'm not kidding. This actually happened. I have a dream that Emma is going to come back as her real name, like as a person. And then we're not going to know that. We're never going to know it was her. But she's going to be here as somebody that's talking and thinking and learning and doing and all that stuff and having, because that's going to be awesome. All I want to do in the world is break through. Emma's special because I can tell deep down that there's it's a lot of that banter is strictly the death throes of the old way of thinking. It doesn't want to go easy, and so what does it do? It holds on and it fights, and that's okay. And that's how we dip our toe in things. That's how we check out the direction, and that's okay. That just means that the person's seeking. So I can't blame them for that. I can't judge them for that. And we can all learn from that because it's brave, even though it's not. You're behind a name and whatever, but it's brave to put the words out. It is, and we should recognize that. I think. Okay, so then great. I'm just gonna pop into another little quick break. I want to heat my coffee up, so you don't have to wait for the Keurig. You have to wait for 2 minutes of a microwave. And then we'll move on and we'll do some other stuff here. Have you ever been receptive to mediumship? When you come to the truth and you recognize that those spirits that you're trying to put out there can simply be spoken to, it's, literally speak their actual name and they vibrate, absolutely, 100%. But again, prior to doing the work and entering the inner sanctum, which is the source of the one truth, and coming to that truth, that work's very dangerous because what you wind up doing is to you recognize falsely the separation, and it gives them power. Really. I'm sorry to hear that. Sleep is everything. It's like a mini death, and we need that in order to refresh and rebuild the next day, right? Die daily so that we can rebuild, so that we can transform. But yeah, all right. Well, why don't we take a look at that? You just made a bead oracle. I can't wait to see it, dude. Send me a picture. I love that. All right, here's the deal. Tanamera is a tarot reader, right? And so, long story short, she popped into my channel one day and just whatever, and so and she started talking, and so I checked her out, and she's an actual. Legit intuitive, and she makes oracles, and I'm like, no kidding, so do I. So I made my little bead oracle, and we talked about it, and I told anybody, I talked about how to do it and what my components were and whatever the case, and with the intent of trying to inspire people to make their own. It's not a product, I don't sell it. I thought about it, and I'm probably going to do something like that, but not now. And then I kind of put it out, and she heard it, and she made one. Cool. Yeah, right. Getting the right size dish. You know what you may want to do? Start. Hit thrift shops, yard sales. That's where I got this. And so, you never know. That's where you find the perfect stuff. When you put it out, you wind up right. And so, I can't wait to see it. I hope it's really different than mine. Anyway, so I'm gonna be right back. All right, just a little bit of time to heat up the coffee. And do bad things to myself, disease, horrible, disgusting, ugly habit that I caught back into because of making excuses about weakness. And so I'll be back in 2 minutes. Alrighty, so let's take a look at the chat here. First time witnessing or hearing it. Cool. Well, it's new. I didn't reveal it until 3 days ago. Something like that, right? And I talked about its use. Now, I've talked about its use at length here on the show many, many times with related to the deacons, right? Like this wheel that I brought up before, which is this idea of the decadent, and this beautiful wisdom that comes from understanding the interplay of these different energies. The fact that if we look at the order of the numbers going counterclockwise, like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, it goes counterclockwise around the wheel. But if we look at the unfolding of the elements, they go clockwise: wand, cup, sword, pentacle. And so that clockwise rotation of the elemental order, bouncing around the counterclockwise nature of the divine order of numbers, causes a vortex, causes a counter rotation. And inside of that counter rotation is the probabilities and possibilities of all of our worlds, our lives. And it's the actual interplay of the different deacons communicating with each other up and down in this ascend and descend that cause these possibilities. And so when we have knowledge of what those deacons' personalities are, we get a vibe for how that's going to interact. Because we know what it looks like when water and fire connect. We know what it looks like when air and water connect, and so forth. And so we can use this language, this beautiful system of the elements, and elegantly lined up in this system of the deacons, to look at the interplay of our personalities with those that we love, look at events and dates, future dates, and see if it's advantageous in connection with our own energy. And of course, this is all meaningless. It's all playing with toys, because what we're trying to do is come to the one truth, and that is that each one of these deacons, one of them represents the date of our birth and the rest are the remaining year, but they're all reflections of us. They're all our unfolding. We are all going to be one of these people at one point or another in our lives, at one point or another in our connections with the people around us. And who we are is ultimately determined by the perspective that we take. I'm listening. I'm speaking. I'm listening. The stone never changed. My perspective changed. I was born. I died. Nope. Michael got here and drew some lines on a rock. And when Michael leaves, he's simply going to erase the lines. And the rock will remain. The rock was there before I drew the lines, and it will be there after. Awesome. I can't wait to see the picture. Oh my God, I cannot wait. The anticipation, my heart's pounding a mile a minute. I can't wait, because this is inspiration realized, people. This thing was born in my mind. I shared it with the world. It connected with somebody who shares a passion with me. We share a passion to explore the act of finding truth through interrogating our physical universe in the language of symbol. And how we are able to put that out into the world as a vocabulary is what we're really trying to do. Give you access to your own self through a vocabulary that your heart speaks. Some people speak the language of tarot. Some people speak I Ching. Some people speak Bagua. Some people speak Kabbalah. Some people speak love. Same story, different language, different tone, different accent. Our ears hear the slightly different story than our heart, than our body, than our mind. And so all of these are just the stories spoken to that certain part. And so if you're hearing the story and it's not ringing, it's because you're listening with the wrong place. If you hear truth that you think is coming to you, but it's not ringing, move it into your heart and see how it feels. Move it into your body and see how it feels. Move it up into your soul and see how it feels. Get out of your head. Your head's ruled by your ego, and it's going to do everything it can to remind you of the fact that you're in control. These are your thoughts. Thoughts are the dwelling place of evil. Thoughts are the place where the voice that tells us the lies lives. We can't live without it, though, because we require it to speak. What you're hearing right now is my ego, but it's ego that has been integrated. My ego is under my control as a tool, and therefore I'm not afraid of it. I identify with it, so it's not a separate thing. And when it speaks, I know. And so I can guide its words instead of being a slave to them. Right? A lot of water at the spirit on top there. We've got some earth manifestation going on at the same time. Let's have a conversation about that, kitten. You have a very strong visual center that speaks truth, right? I mean, big time. You know, your visionary art is like right on, and so you're going to be pretty visual, right? I know. I was like, that's the first place my eye went was to that heart on top. It really is something beautiful. You know what's something about that too, Tamara? Let me show you something here. I have a very beautiful little dance going on here on my desk. It's where I have the Orphic egg on purpose today. Here, you know, people who know my temple. There's a few characters, right? There's my John D. I mean, here's the Orphic egg. This is a real Orphic egg, people. There it is in real life. There it is. I have that on my cup, the cauldron of the work. Let me move my candle, pardon me. Okay, and here's the cauldron, and on top I have my pentacle of victory. And on this was the Orphic egg. Okay, so let's just put that back. And in the act of consummation, as we speak, zoom out, is my cat. The cat is my princess of pentacle. She's holding a pentacle in her hand, which looks surprisingly like your heart, and I'll show it to you in a second. And then there's my John D, the magus. Right, here's my little John D. Don't laugh at him. Okay, and on his head is a ring that I usually wear. I'm going to actually switch it out. Let's do that. Take off my heart ring, and I'm going to put that as his crown, upside down, an upside down heart as the crown for the king. Isn't that beautiful? And I'm now going to take this, which is another piece of magical jewelry of mine. It has been charged, but basically what this is a piece of costume jewelry with 3 stones that are rhinestone to represent the 3 versions of myself, my higher, lower, and the one in between. The listener, the speaker, and the thing being spoken. Okay, and so that's my reminder. And I have had this on the crown of my magus during the work here. That little temple is in a reenactment of the show of what's happening here. And what's happening is the act of love, with the goal of the creation being truth. And so now look at my Princess of Pentacle. Okay, she's a white cat. Because the work has been completed, and so she's now the white cat, not the red lion, but she's the white lion. And don't forget her counterpart, right? And now look what she's carrying. She's carrying her gift. Okay, see that? Isn't that beautiful? And so her pentacle is it's a blue topaz surrounded by 2 peridot, or 4 peridot. 2 love on the sides and 2 love on the top and bottom. But basically, what's more important is that topaz in the center, which is very similar to your purple heart. Right? I don't know. I feel those 2 things are like connected, and that's neat. So here's my point, Tamara. Speak to your heart for a moment. We are kindred, sister. It's good to meet you. Feel me for a minute, Tony. Can we just have a moment for a minute? You're a cool person, man. I dig your energy. I like that you're honest and that you're kind of vulgar, and I like that you're raw and sort of like real. You're the opposite of my energy. which is rightness. And it's cool. I can't wait to have you on. Now, as far as how we're going to go about that and the tech stuff, we'll figure it out. Don't worry about that. I might just bring you in on a Google Meet, and then and you'll take up this screen right here, right? And so we'll just chat, and then I'll take this bottom section where I have call in live and the phone numbers and all that, and turn it into the desk. Okay, so then we'll just go that route, and then we'll do readings for each other using our oracles. How great! But so look at that. Look at that beautiful symmetry of what you made. And the consummation that I have here playing out on my desk in the temple. No way that was accidental, right? Of course, I mean, it's stupid to even go there. Accidental. So, thank you for participating in the unfolding of all of our destinies. I love meeting long-lost family. That shit is everything. Why do you gotta be in frickin' Montreal? Alright, so, cool. Right? Jude, talk about it on your channel. Give instructions, right? If you don't understand the decadent, then I'll work it out to a point that you can speak it. And if not, you don't need the decadent, but it's important because it helps you pick the court cards and it helps you get all kind of learning. It helps you use this to get the small cards. We can also talk about how to use it if you do the proper number of beads for picking hexagrams and casting hexagrams. So it's not just restricted to tarot. Remember, because of the symbol system that it utilizes, which is the elements, the deacons, the quartz, and so forth of the tarot, and the 5-element system of the Chinese system, it gives us access to literally the totality of human knowledge and probability. Those systems are designed divinely, and they speak that truth. So that allows us to utilize it to tell the actual story. Because don't forget, the tarot works because we are not looking into the future, we're recollecting the past. Like, imagine if I asked you to tell me about your first kiss. You know every square iota of that memory, burned into your brain forever. If you saw something that somebody drew, painted, wrote that was indicative of that kiss, there'd be no question that that's what it's talking about. Like, oh, I remember that moment, I lived it. Well, then now you know how tarot works. Because the reality is you did live it. And your spirit is at the end of time, looking back, waiting for you to catch up. And it wrote that story because it lived it. And so when we do tarot, we're not looking into the future. We're recollecting our past. And what a beautiful way to realize the truth. That the past is a lie. The future already happened. And we are this beautiful little holographic representation of the unfolding of that divine love. And so what is there to fear? So, what are we doing? Tarot? What are we going to do? I Ching? I forget. Did we finish up? We did. We finished up with Badal, right? Badal needs a kitty for her temple. Well, you know what? There's a lot of places you can get that. You know where I get all my stuff? Strangers. Go yard sailing. Go antiquing. Go geocaching. You know how much magical stuff I've gotten geocaching? If you don't know what it means, you're missing out. Lunatic nerds hide stuff in boxes around the planet and then post the coordinates on secret websites that other people who do this go look up, go find, sign their name, take stuff out of a box, put stuff in the box, and leave. It's so much fun. I've hidden many. I've found many. It's a beautiful little secret community. I love it. It's called geocaching. And geocaching is a great way to bump into like some really cool magical items. Because there are people who are, a lot of magicians are geocachers. You know, we dig nature, we dig people, we dig secrets. And so geocaching is all those things. It's awesome. Another form of it, which is older, geocaching is a new version of letterboxing. Which letterboxing actually comes from a very old magical act, which is that witches, in order that they didn't, get killed and burned, would do a lot of their work with wax, with the intent that it would be burned after the fact and melted away so there was no record of their work. High magic does the same thing, but high magic didn't cast in wax, they cast in spirit. We do the LBRP astrally, the lesser vanishing ritual of the pentagram. So we draw pentagrams in the air in our minds. Right? Same idea though, there's no evidence, but the circle's real. Right? And so there was that idea of etching it into wax. And there's a beauty to that. Right, there's a beauty to the fact that you can, the work is there, and in the fact that you're trying to hide the work, you're also consummating it by putting it out into the world in the form of smoke and giving it energy and all these things. And so that low magic sort of representation is a beautiful reflection of that, right? And so letterboxing was an evolution where they would now keep that wax, because now you weren't getting your head chopped off, and so you could use that as a seal, and wherever you were, you could basically take that seal, add some ink, and stamp your moniker, stamp your sigil, right? Stamp your intent on that space. And so letterboxing became a way for people to share that experience. And so you make yourself a stamp. And then you go to the box and you find a box that somebody hid, and in that box is two things: a stamp with some ink and a piece of paper for you to stamp. You take their stamp, you ink it, you stamp your book with their stamp. You take your stamp, ink it, and stamp their book with your stamp. You have theirs, they have yours, a communication's taken place, and you leave. And so you wind up with a book of sigils, which is a beautiful representation of all the people that share this knowledge of a secret group of people that get together to enjoy nature. Because the secret is that you find the spot that you're going to hide it and make that spot beautiful. Make it a spot that you can look out and see something special, or it's a view that you can't get otherwise. Make it a spot where that's holy. Make it a spot that's has something to share, and bring people there. It's awesome, right? Sarifa, what's going on? You got to reach out to me. I owe you a reading. And we got to get together and do that. So cool. Yeah, and the wax, could you imagine not being, we joke a lot about religion and stuff and how, but imagine that it was such a risk that you had to burn your cross every time you pray to it. Like, that's the reality of what these people were having to deal with. Like, imagine every time you went to go pray, you had to burn your cross after to make sure no one knew. That's also where the Jesus symbol came from. Christians were also persecuted, right? And there was a period of time where Christians were so persecuted that they would speak in secret. And what they would do is they would come with a stick in their hands. They would come up with their walking staff, and they would draw an arc on the ground. And somebody else would come by and draw an arc, and they would make the Jesus fish. And so they'd know they were both from the cult of the Temple of the East. The fish is coming from the East, right? It's facing this way, pointed that way, the Jesus fish, right? Well, that fish is a Vesica Pisces, turned, traveling east, right? From the east. And so that was a way for them to recognize themselves. And then one of them would step on the fish and kick the dirt, and so you couldn't see the symbol. And it was a hidden way for them to recognize each other. And so that symbol of the Vesica Pisces the coming of the fish as the Messiah, right? So all Jesus represented symbolically was the coming of the age of Pisces, right? And which is lovely. But, you know, Aquarius, baby. Aquarius. And so that said, though, the ways that individuals who had a certain shared knowledge communicated were actually quite lovely, and some of the symbols are special. So Jeannie's back. Okay, good. So let me pull you a couple cards. And now, I lost your question. I'm going to have to scroll back to get to it. Yes, Miss Sajini will do your reading right now. Just so everybody in the room knows, Saji is has been here multiple times. She's a very special lady. And somebody that I've spoken to a couple times about some personal stuff that hopefully we were able to work through. And if not, then we're going to repeat ourselves again tonight. But at the end of the day, though, she's very special. And now she runs into some problems that there's several people here that know, where you run into the circumstance of not really being comfortable with the agenda of somebody you thought you could trust. And then it comes to the place where you've come to the true learning that you can't trust them. And that's an unfortunate feeling. And so that's what we're dealing with here is let's find out where she is, because that's where she was the last time we spoke. So go ahead, Saji, put your question in the chat. And then we'll do your reading about Charmin. I'm kidding, I'm being silly, I'm assuming that. I can't wait when it's not him. I don't understand something, Saji. You know, we've spoken, so I understand your writing. You're eloquent and intelligent. You know, you've got you have a future, right? You're young enough where you've got a good future ahead of you. What's the deal with this person? Like, why are you so hooked up on this person? Like, is it because he said no, or is he because he's? Are you playing that game? Is that the game you're playing? Because here's the deal, people. Sajini is attractive. She's a very pretty person. And so she's, you know, not to call you out, but like, you know, you have to kind of own when you're playing that game. And then, but you got caught playing, someone else was playing the same game back, right? And so he's playing hard to get. And you can't do that. You kind of have to both be authentic and then recognize, you know, he's not the one for me because he's stuck in that same ego game. And then if you give up the idea of you playing your femininity to try to get a response and then he won't give it to you, he's also doing that same thing. So it's just games being played. Let yourself be authentic. And don't be the object of his desire. Be the object of his having, who he is. Be the object of his manifestation, not his desire. Desire is a bodily thing. The person you're trying to actually connect with is infinite. It's immortal. It's eternal. You've never been apart. You're already together right now. And something tells me if it was him, he wouldn't be doing the things he's doing and saying what he's saying. Let's see. Oh, wow, you're worried about being live? Why? You put yourself out there on videos. Don't have to worry about live. You know how you do live? Courage. Don't wait to be not afraid. Just hit the button and start talking. That's how I did it. Really. Hit the button and start talking. And have some bullets. But that's okay, because I don't have an empty channel. I did. When I hit the button, the first 6 months, I was an empty channel for a while until it would get picked up and people would pop in. Because I would put words like free, soul, you know, love reading and stuff to get people to pop in. But that's not the case anymore. And it's with your channel too. We have about the same number of subscribers, and so you have to assume there's going to be a percentage of people who've come to your space that want to know when you are live or have hit the bell. I don't know how many people here hit the bell, but I can name 5, 6 of them, right? And that's what it is for. So I can guarantee you an audience of these people here that are going to want to hear what you have to say about my oracle and your version of it. And I can't wait to see you read it different than me. That's the point. We're not the same readers. We don't make the same oracles. And so that's going to be a blast. Oh, you can't be intimidated. But why? You know what you're doing. That's why I invited you. I checked you out. I checked your videos out. I went, okay, I trust her. She's good. I'm going to let her on. Because I'm strict. I'm an asshole. If I don't think you're like doing the right thing as far as your understanding of the system, we'll chat, but I'm not going to let you speak to my people. Like, the integrity of this art is 1000% what I'm here to maintain, period. You know, and I trust you. Where is Saji? She came back and said, I'm back. Can I have my reading? Yes. Can I have my question? Oh, you're one of those too? Yeah, I have a house. I have a chart like that too. It's just like, it's like blump. Well, here, I just had a buddy of mine print me out another one. So it's clear. My software is it's ugly, but I don't care. I use it for magical work. The reports I send to people are different, but this is what he sent me. This is my chart. Let me block their name. I'll speak to them, and if they want me to share it, I will. See how two-sided this is? Like, just, right? Capricorn rising. Taurus moon. Where's my sun? Where's my Sag? There he is. Capricorn Mercury. So on. But yeah. Oh yeah, I wanted to show you something too. The Orphic egg, right? The Orphic egg. We talked about the Orphic egg. We talked about what the actual serpent is. And here's another picture of that same egg and that same serpent. You guys ready? Same picture. Yep. That's the tree of life. And this is a specific path that touches all the planets. Looks like a lightning bolt, doesn't it? You know what lightning bolts do? They make thunderclaps. That is enlightenment. Enlightenment isn't some kind of thing that you work really hard toward and it slowly comes to you and you sit in your ashram and you meditate for eternity. It's and you get it. And it's never not there from that point forward. Just nothing. Here's what changes. Okay? You start like this and you end up like that. That's enlightenment. And so it's that thunderclap. It's that lightning strike. It's that... and you never go back. And from that point forward, you know the truth. Okay, so she must be having a problem with her phone. You know who's really good at teaching this technique? It's not my technique. The deacons aren't. I do have my own techniques for deacons, but Milo DuQuette is the master of teaching the technique of the deacons. And it's derived originally from the Golden Dawn system, which is derived originally from the Hermetic system, which is derived originally from the secret systems from the Great White Brotherhood and some other of these magical organizations that work in secret. But ultimately, it's a beautiful system, and there are some various places. Go ahead, yeah. I was gonna do this for Sajini, but I guess I'll have to do her private because she came in and left and whatever. So you can take the spot. And now, Imagine Dragons. Which one? You gotta tell me which one to look it up. So what do you want to do? Do you want to do straight up? Well, we've done tarot and we've done oracle, so let's do I Ching. And now, before we approach the I Ching, yeah, which question? Maybe it was the question, but it was honest and valid. Which question? Which one? The one that we addressed originally? Well, that was more general. But, that was, we just did kind of a deacon reading. And that worked out really well. Oh, thunder. Yeah, okay. Duh. Yeah, and actually, you know what? The, Padal, the only question that's stupid's the one that's not asked, right? We've heard that, and it's true. I know I kind of give my rant about questions and truth. question you ask Sagini. Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. Well, that's personal, too, because we've talked about him for months. Like, why is she so hung up on this person? And so I called her out on purpose because she knows that that's what's going on. And so I've spoken to her truth about it before because I genuinely care for this person. She needs to get this person out of her life so she can move on and feel happiness. And it's preventing her from doing that. And so, yeah, I kind of just, I called her out because it's honest. And it's genuine that I care for her and I need to snap her out of this man. And I'm having trouble doing it. She's really stuck on the fact that she's being rejected and she's not used to that. Right? And that's what's happening. I'm trying to remind her of that fact that, like, you're getting hung up by a guy that's so out of your league. He's so below you, beneath you. Like, come on. What are you doing? Be alone for a while. There's other people, too, that you're trying to connect with that we'll talk about if you come back. And if not, and you come to this video later, then I'll catch you in on WhatsApp, okay, love? In the meantime, then, Padal, let's do this. Yep. Big time. Well, letting go in general is that's the secret, isn't it? Right? You know Elsa? That's cool. Elsa's doing some crazy good stuff right now. Let's just put it that way. I know her by a different name. Dude, you know how many times I've had said that? I told her that the first reading. I have notes that I leave out because I expect her to come in and ask me about them. And so I'm ready to just read my notes from the last reading. No, I'm not kidding. Because some people just get like stuck on a person. And it's like, man, he's not right for you. He's not even playing the game. You know what this is, too? I think, now maybe not, I think it's a catfish. Because the fact is like, here's the deal. She's a gorgeous, together, doesn't need anybody kind of person that meets this person online, and he won't meet her. He refuses to show his face to her in person. Right? Although, I mean, maybe he's not catfishing, but he's at least putting out something that he doesn't want her to see. Like, he lied to her, and if she shows up, it'll all be revealed, and he can't have that. Okay, then we're going to do I Ching. Great. Now, the I Ching is very specific, so if you do general, it'll give you an answer. But if you give me a question, I'm going to give you directly the answer you need. The I Ching doesn't mince words. There's zero interpretation. It's not the tarot. It's cool. It's different. In a better way with respect to minutia. It gives you direct answers to questions about the unfolding of your experience. And so, why don't you ask about him? Tell her God is going to stab him for... All right, I'm good on mint. Well, you know what? It's funny, too. She doesn't have to tell him that. It's going to wind up happening, because what's happening is what he's doing here is one thing, and the reaction that is going to come to him karmically down here is one thing. But what he's doing in the divine world is he's disrespecting Goddess, right? And he's going to pay for that. Not in some karmic sense, but in the fact that he is no longer privy to her energy. And that when she's out there feeding, he's not going to get a piece of that. He's going to be left out of that energy exchange. No problem. I'm here, and we don't have to do it right now. So go do your thing, and you and I will do a private reading later. Or maybe tomorrow afternoon, or we'll figure it out. But we'll figure it out, okay? Are you back? Because now I'm confused and I feel weird. Because you were gone, and I know, and I apologize that I didn't know you were gone. But so I was kind of waiting around for you a bit, and when I didn't see you, I offered the reading to somebody else. And so let's do this. I'm going to put this out there then, because I don't know what to do. There's two people here who are expecting a reading. Okay, that's Padal, and that's Saji. And so what we can do, because it looked like Padal was looking for a general reading, And Saji did want something specific. I'm here now. Tomorrow is busy the whole day, and we're going on a trip. Yeah. Okay, I'm here now, and I'm free. No, you're not sorry. It happened the way it did, and let's do this. I'm going to ask that Padal be patient, and I'm just going to be throwing a couple cards for Saji. Okay, thank you for doing that. Okay, so I'm just going to throw a couple cards for you. Do you have a question, Saji? And if not, then I'm just going to go with it. Has Charmin found someone? Do you want to know? That's a painful question to be answered, but yes, I'm going to do it. I'm going to humor you because I love you, and I'll give you what you're asking for. But that's a dangerous question if you don't really want the answer. Before I begin, you're welcome. Please don't thank me. All I want in the world is for you to receive joy and love. That's all I want, and I mean that, and I know that you believe me. But now, so don't worry about it. But that said, whoever he's with, he's doing the same thing with. Good. That's all I'm going to give you, is the truth. Whoever he's with, he's going to do the same thing with, Saj. He's not going to ever not do that. He doesn't have the capacity to have a woman. He has a capacity to make them in a position of being receptive, but then the moment that they do and it's time to fill up, he cuts bait because he's weak. That's the bottom line. He finds out, holy shit, I am in the presence of divine feminine, and it terrifies me. He's not the one. But okay, that said, though, whoever he is with, he's going to play that same game with. So whether or not he's with somebody, we're about to find out. But the point I'm trying to make is that whether or not he's with somebody doesn't matter, because whoever he's with is not going to get him. So, right? But let's take a look at what's going on here. And you asked a dangerous question, but I'm going to answer it. Actually, he returned my call today. He said he found someone. He asked me to stop calling and texting because he doesn't want them to get the wrong idea. Bullshit. Oh, excuse me. Sorry. Okay. This is textbook. Textbook. All right, listen. All right. Poll of the room. Be honest. How many people here have told somebody they broke up with that they met somebody that's bigger, harder, faster, richer, stronger, better looking, all of those things? Come on. Who's going to raise their hand that they've said those words and lied? I was younger, but I did it. I was cheated on, and I couldn't lose. Oh, you got a new man? Oh, he's bigger, faster, stronger than me? Really? Well, wait till you see my hot-ass girlfriend that's rich. I don't even remember the name I made up. Childish nonsense. It's childish. I mean, I was 15, 16, whatever, It's just stupid. I don't know. Maybe it might be true, though. Let's just believe that there aren't any good or bad people. Sometimes people change because they want. That's true. There is no such thing as good or bad. There's the part of us that we choose to reflect to the world. Right? Because inside of us, in reality, is both. The darkness in the world that you fear the most is actually you. Until you integrate it, it's separate and is a danger to you. But once you integrate it, it becomes a tool. And so that darkness does live in all of us. And there's an opportunity for that darkness to be had. And when it is, it disappears. Because you recognize that it's just another little parts of ourselves that we can observe and not identify with, not latch onto, let go of, let it do its thing. Right? We don't have to give it control. And so that's what we're going to do here. That was a big chunk of cards. Okay, so the intuitive part of you that's activated when you are feeling that energy that I talked about, where you're sort of putting yourself out there. This is the will section. I'm going to put 4 cards out, and it's going to be your will, your mind, your heart, and your body with respect to this situation and where he is, in order to see of his honesty with respect to whether or not he's with somebody, and what you're feeling and its accuracy with respect to that. And so the first thing in your will is that I want you to kind of activate your intuition, right? Meaning that what I want you to ultimately do is to be, Uju, how's it going? I haven't seen your name in here in a while. Is this an idea of activating your intuition? You want your mind, your heart, and your body in unison when looking at it. And so when you think about whether or not he's lying or telling the truth, think of not just your heart, which is like hoping it's not true, or your head saying it might be because of here's why and all that, or your body, which is really this combination of a longing for him and at the same time an anger. And so take all of that in and then process it. Because what this is saying is in respect to this particular area, like where it lands in the spread, it's going to basically be this. This is final card. Okay. And looking at that with respect to this spot is going to tell us the idea that he's intuitively you understand the question here, and intuitively you know the answer. But now let's look at the mind part. This is the intelligence of it, okay? Older woman energy, but more important than that is the watery part of fire, meaning that it's the thing in the heart coming out as will. It's the desires of the heart, but as the fuel, the reason for the communication. So the reason for the communication with respect to his sexual expression, his expression to the world of seeking a mate, is pure, driven by will. It's like a selfish energy. It's not heart related. He's not trying to communicate truth or anything. He's just trying to put it out there. This is the heart. The heart is Ace of Swords. So this is sort of that idea, right? This is the idea of it's typically divine mind washing the heart clean. But in this particular circumstance, in the lower world, it's in the correct place. It's sword. So it's like it's pure mental activity without there being any emotional attachment to it or anything else. And so all of these ones are lining up to the fact that they're self-centered manifestations of the elements, so far at least. And now physically here we have the Chariot, and the Chariot is interesting in this spot. The Chariot refers to the fact that you've got the person driving and steering, but there's also the animals in the front that need to be enrolled in that process to give them the motivation to move, because if they don't, the cart won't. The Chariot here steers it, but the animals are the ones that make it move. And if the two don't talk, nothing happens. And what this is referring to is the fact that there's a lack of motion and it's willful. Meaning that the thing that was still is. Meaning that he hasn't changed. So if he wasn't with anybody, he's not now. A lot of what he communicates is just whatever comes to his head, and there's no actual substance behind it. It's pure mental activity. There's no meaning. There's no emotion. There's no sensation. It's just he's speaking because he's speaking the agenda. As far as here, what we have is in the heart center. Again, it's pure just will. You've got the cup of the queen bestowing will. And so now, as far as to is there somebody in his life? No. No, there isn't. And here's why. Here's the final answer. Why. Also, there isn't a girl. You're just making things up. Yep. Because everything I just gave you is a deep esoteric meaning. Plus, I also, my intuition. But now let's look at the actual visual, right? This is for Kitten. This is for Luana, who also has a very strong visual sensitivity. Imagining. It's just imagining. It's not real. These are just mental forms. Look at all the little gems right? It's all fantasy. This is all just like the will, like or hear me. You're full of shit, buddy. And here we have the ace too, which is like an empty words, just empty words. There's no actual basis for it. Like where's the foundation for the words? And then again, we have no change, no motion, movement, no enrolling of the animals that are responsible for moving it, and so it doesn't, because again, there's no actual will, so it doesn't drive. Ace of Wand, same thing we talked about all the time. It's just the game. It's like a cocky thing, but when it's now he's faced with divine feminine, he can't. He's too small for it. He's too weak for it. He's totally intimidated by you, but also others. So no, there's no woman. Okay. Will he ever come back to talk to me? I don't need cards to answer that, because here's the truth. Yes, as long as you let him in, he's going to continue to play the game. So it's up to you. You want him to come back to you? Invite the possibility. And he'll bite. Now, he may play the game because he sees that it's getting a reaction. But yeah, he's going to play it back. He's going to play it back. And what playing it back means in this particular circumstance is that he's probably going to wind up, reaching out and then, hey, maybe we should get together. You know what? I'm going to be down your way. When love is real, all you want. It's all you want. It's all you want. How can I get to you? If I start walking now, I can be there in 4 days. Okay? So, if that doesn't say it, like, who knows? Let me catch up on the chat here. We've been going a while. Let me scroll up a couple. That's so true, right? Yeah, I'm talking to Gabrielle right now. You can be attracted to somebody, and of course, that's the first connection, isn't it? Like when our eyes meet their form and we make a decision, and that's honest. But then when we get a little bit of an understanding of their character, their form changes, because now their form is not just driven by the body, right? Our desire and how their form meets that expectation. But now our heart is listening. And so suddenly it's a different conversation, because now we've enrolled our heart and body. Yeah, they still look good, but man, I don't like how they talk. I don't know. I'm getting a vibe that they're not really authentic, or they're not loving, or they're not, whatever the case may be. Because now the heart can kind of smell bullshit. And then the mind comes into that. I don't know. He really looks good, though. All right, maybe we can just have fun together, and I won't get invested too much in the heart. And the heart's like, oh, simmer down. What do you mean? You know what, though? We have been alone, so let's go for it. And then the mind says, yeah, you know what? I've done this before. I'm a grown-up. Let's do this. And the spirit's on top the whole time going, oh, my God, not again. Right? And so the minute you have an emotional reaction to somebody, that's good, that's great, because the actual first reaction was physical, and that's the one we can't just say, oh, that's the reality and that's it. We have to listen to the heart and how it reacts to that bodily reaction. We have to listen to the soul and how it reacts to that emotional one. And it's all one conversation using 4 different voices to get to the truth. And so, you know, as you see the actions that show you the person, their looks change, right? Their physical form changes to you. No, guys are scared. I don't want to cause trouble. Yeah, no, sure. Why are you scared? What did I miss? Did I miss something? I must have. Oh. Oh shit, Padal's getting work done. She's like, I got a plan. Here's what we're doing. You know how you catch a catfish? With a catfish. But really though, I'm not getting involved in that. I'm just here to speak to Saji's heart. That's all I did, and I did that. That happened, so I'm out. Right? Whatever you ladies decide you're gonna do, that is, I'm not even touching that game. I am a man, and I am smart enough to stay out of that dust. So enjoy your little conversation in my chat, and I'm just not even gonna look at it. I don't belong in that space, man. I feel like I'm like eavesdropping in a lady's bathroom, and it ain't good. I don't need. All kidding aside, though, what's it? Wow. Is that what you guys talk about? I'm kidding. Come on. You guys know I'm connected with the Divine Feminine. I could jump right in here. Dude, looks are nothing. Not only that, but they're transient. You know, they're temporary. You know, how many times have we looked great one day and crappy another, and like it's you know, looks are transient. Like you can't go there, and unless you're just being honest with yourself and you're just looking for physical love. If the fact is that that's the need that needs to be fulfilled in your life, and you're kind of solid otherwise. You've got a good spirit, you've got a good connection with your body and a good self-esteem. It's not good to have casual relationships physically if you have low self-esteem, because it's not a casual relationship, is it? If you're being honest with yourself, you're looking for something more, and so don't go there. You're going to want more, and it's going to hurt when they don't, because you lied to them that you weren't in it, and it's just bodies having bodies. But that's not what it is. And if that's not what you're looking for, don't do that. Yeah, me too. First thing I see and last thing I see, only thing I see. The eyes, totally. You know, it's the stuff in us that's alive that we see first. There's only one moving part in our whole body, right? And it's the part that moves all other parts. It's that heart. The heart is the only moving part. But the eyes are something special too, because they move with the will. The heart moves on its own. The eyes move with us. That's not always easy, Gabrielle. I know. Isn't that the truth? Preach that. Quality over quantity. But we don't go there. Like, we miss that. I don't know. That's why we kind of, like, nowadays, too, it's so easy to bounce around lovers and mates and bounce, and like, it's not even a sense of loyalty. It's not a matter of loyalty. It's a matter of loving yourself and recognizing that you deserve better than that. Right? Not only that, but I mean quality. And I mean quality, like you can't really have fun with somebody until you're comfortable. You can't really get like down and dirty until you can get comfortable enough to be down and dirty. And that's not fun. Same here. Same here, Padal. I am married to the world. I am in love with the universe. There is not, I'm not responsible for anybody's feelings. Nobody's responsible for mine. And because of that, I can love everyone and be loved by everyone. And that's what we're here to do. Eventually, I may find a mate, and but that's gonna be a tall order. We'll see. All right, so I'm getting distracted, so I forgot what we were doing. Once Saji was done, I thought, okay, oh wait, are we? Okay, we're doing tarot for Pradal. I Ching, we're doing I Ching. Come on, wake up, man. Okay, yeah, I'm tired. I'm pretty spent. Didn't expect to do that. Let's use the Oracle. You know what? I just realized since we're going to be doing I Ching anyway, and I'm trying to demonstrate that the fact that this Oracle actually gives us access to the totality of human knowledge and it can unlock all symbol systems, let's do it. So I'm going to use it to derive the hexagram. There are many ways to derive a hexagram. What is a hexagram? But it's a multiple iterations of the polarity here, the idea of the yin and the yang. And what are these? Ultimately, they're just different representations of the same energy in different polarities, in different versions of itself. You know, like we talked about here as an example. That's a serious lag. Wow. The stone with the circle and with a dash, and the one that it is just depends upon my perspective. And so what this is referring to is the perspective of the divine intelligence, the perspective of your point of reception, that point of infinite being that you actually are, its play of these elements. And so the way that we derive them is we look at each one. There's 6 lines. And so how I'm going to use the Oracle to do that is by using this system here. The strong yin, the lesser yin, the strong yang, the lesser yang, and let me bring up the complete diagram of that. Okay. So there's these 4 states, and what we're going to wind up doing is using these beads, and the way that we're going to go about using these beads for hexagrams are very, very interesting. Now they're probably going to wind up with excessive changing lines because it's very similar in the vein of the coins when casting. And so you wind up with excessive changing lines, but it's also very interesting as a device for that reason. But when you're going to do real I Ching for holy work, you would use a different system for deriving the hexagrams themselves. So I'm going to take the 2 witnesses, take the 2 other witnesses. I'm going to put the 1 of spirit back. Okay, let's just remove that. Oops. So what we're going to wind up doing, that was a neat way to pick one. But what we're going to wind up doing here is that, just to be clear, this is the full masculine. So this is going to represent all right, let's make that a little cleaner. Okay. Then there's the full feminine, which is not going to stay. And so let me get my ring. The full feminine. And what this is going to be this. Simple so far. And now we have the sword. Okay. And so now let's use this one. Okay, so the sword is going to represent the masculine. Sorry, I was letting the lag catch up, but it's going to be changing. So I'm going to put a little dot in the middle to represent that it's going to be changing into that. But in its current state, it's still masculine, but it's moving into feminine. Okay, and then the final, you like that black stripe around my finger with the mood ring, is the cup, which is going to be feminine, right? And so it's going to be dashes. Let me put this here with that. There you go. It's going to be dashes, but changing into a yang. So it's eventually going to be that. But for right now, it's just that it's that feminine, and it's changing. Let's clean that up and get that right. So that's going to be a changing. And this one is as well going to be a changing. Okay. I'm going to put a dot next to it there for changing line. Great. And this is also a changing line. So this is the key. All right. And so let's do that. I'm not looking. Right? I'm just going to look up. Playful. Enjoy the idea that we have this discourse happening here. Is Gabrielle leaving? I love you guys. Good night. Nice to meet you. Poodle. Bye-bye, Gabrielle. If I missed you, I'm sorry. Good night. You've invited me into your life, and so you're probably going to be getting a text message from me every couple days or once a day. And so I'll probably be texting you tomorrow morning to say hi. If you'll have me. So I'm going to be building the hexagram from the bottom up. Okay. It's going to be changing into a yang line. But right now it's a yin. And so far we're at 2 dashes, and so the next one's going to determine whether it's a mountain or whether it is heaven or earth, like straight up feminine. So it's only one of 2 options that are going to be. It's either going to be mountain or earth, which are actually both similar energies. One is divine feminine, and one has a little bit of masculine in it. And it turns out we got a mountain. So we are the lower trigram is mountain. That was changing. Okay. See, we have 3 changing lines already. Very rare in the actual I Ching reading that you get more than 1 or 2. When you're using yarrow sticks or the rice method. When you use the coin method and this, which is statistically similar in nature, you're going to wind up with excessive changing lines. But again, it's fun, and don't forget we're playing. Although it points to the truth. Okay, we got mountain over mountain. Straight up, like this is good stuff. This is it's like 2 pentacles. And it's going to change into, I'm just going to draw the next line, the next hexagram already, right? So the bottom one's not going to change. This one is. This one is not. These 2 both change. And then we have on the top. So now what we've done is we've gone from mountain, mountain, which is number, 52. And it's changing into Heaven over Wind, 44. There's one more that I'm gonna derive, which is the nuclear. And what you do for the nuclear is you take these three as the new bottom of a new hexagram. Water. And then you take these three. Okay. So first these three, here, and then these three here. And these are going to be the next upper, so that's going to be that, and then dash, 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 dash. Let me get that cleaner. Okay, so that's going to be mountain. Oh, lake over mountain. How beautiful is that? Lake over mountain. Thunder over mountain. Thunder. Mountain. 62. Beautiful. That's all right. So let's begin. First thing we're going to look up is number 52. Can you change scenes, please? This is cool. Can you change scenes? Sure. Oh yeah, the laminated sheet with dry erase is everything. You know what else I use it for? Since you brought it up. Sigil magic, which I'm not going to do right now, but I'm just going to show you why it's really, you grab your rose cross. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. Oh, it's also really good for, practicing Goetia, right? You can actually face it the right way, but you can, anyway, it's fun stuff. But it's for educational purposes. That's not an actual magic circle. Yes, it is. I've used it here on the channel, and I've invoked and evoked. But long story short, you have your rose cross, and so we can very easily draw a quick sigil, right? By going... sigil, and the way that we're able to view that is so there's your sigil, And what is that? That is your other name. That is Padal, spoken as a symbol, right? And so that's why these are really great, because you can look at it, study it, and once you get a good feel for it, you can kind of move it around into a shape that you want, and then you can wind up drawing it officially as a magical act without having to waste paper, waste ink, waste, all kinds of stuff. So the laminated sheets are great when you're doing this kind of work, and especially I Ching too, because you're writing all kinds of stuff, and there's nothing to clean up. Wipe it off, and I'm good to go. I'm going to use that towel for 6 months, right? So there's no waste. Hit a button. Okay. Keeping still, or impediment. Impeded by the back, one cannot see the front. Walking in an empty court, one cannot see the man. That was your question answered directly. One more time. Impeded by the back, one cannot see the front. Walking in an empty court, one cannot see the man. Okay, I'm just going to start by saying, fish where the fish are. Throwing your line into an empty well is going to give you frustration and a backache. All right, and so fish where the fish are. But now let's go. There's a few things with the I Ching that we look at as well. We're going to look at the major understanding of what it means that mountains over mountain, impeding. But then we're also going to look at the line guidance. And what does that mean? Well, there's a few lines that came up here. That are implied that they're going to be in a state of change. And they did. They changed. They became this, right? And so these changing lines became this other hexagram. And so each one of those lines has its own guidance. And so we can go to line 3, 4, and 5 are all changing. But let's read the original, the initial wisdom, and then we can take that to another level once we get to the line. So first, here's the answer. Well, the first, the answer is so awesome. Walking in an empty court, one cannot see the man. Here, the double mountain represents an insurmountable blockage, which necessitates stillness. In the previous hexagram, thunder, the yang lines are kept from rising because of the 2 yin lines. In this hexagram, the yang energy reaches the top of the mountain and is actively impeded. It's making it up, but then it's stopped at the top by that energy. This thing preventing it from rising completely. The stage of yang energy development represents here is young and shallow. When yang energy is not yet matured, it is not deeply rooted, it is appropriate to keep still. He's not ready for you. Okay. Line 3. One's sides or waist are impeded. The rib cage expands. One's heart burns with restlessness. Being held in bondage by too much ambition is endangering. Your sides and waist are impeded, meaning that you're not being allowed to move. But you can twist your body and you can want things, but you can't actually get them. In a time of stillness, one's mind burns with restlessness, desire toward movement, or to move forward. One cannot move physically, but tries to race ahead mentally. Okay, good. So I got that. I'm glad. It is correct at such times to allow things to develop naturally without using force. There is no reason to expand oneself. Using the mind to interfere with the body will only create tension. Okay, now let's look at the next changing line. The trunk of the body is held still. No blame. One should now stop all activities. Okay, so here's the second answer here. It's okay to be alone, Padal. It's okay to be loved by everyone instead of just by one. For now. He's not ready for you. By keeping the trunk and body still in this situation, the mind is calm and the heart at peace. One is wise enough to fulfill one's duties. Thus, impulsiveness and restlessness are controlled and brings one no trouble. Don't move and you'll be okay. If you try too hard, you're going to bring yourself disease. Okay? Line 5. One's cheeks are kept still. Words must be put in good order. No blame. One should only speak when one has something worthwhile to say. One should listen well and put one's ideas in order to help ensure correct movements. Then one's words become effective and useful. This is the highest magic that I speak about on this channel all of the time. Listen. You don't listen with the mouth. But you also don't listen with the ears. Okay, what do we listen with? Our hearts. And when we listen with the heart, we hear truth. And more importantly, we recognize that the thing that we're hearing is us. And when we do have that recognition for real, that listening turns into speaking. And then we're able to speak truth to ourselves. And so what we have here is by staying silent, we hear the truth. Okay? One should only speak when one has something worthwhile to say. One should listen well and put one's ideas to order to help ensure correct movements. Then one's words become effective and useful. Okay? So that's the main guidance of the original hexagram. Now 44, I know very well. It's been coming up lately a lot related to relationship stuff. 44 is coming to meet, but it represents a powerful woman that is not a good wife. 44. Meeting together, coming together. Encounter. It's like an overly strong woman who has difficulty in being a good wife. Do not marry such a woman. Heaven is above the wind. The blowing wind touches everything in its course, and thus there is encounter. I want to pause. There was a thing I used to talk about years ago that I think is beautiful, is that the idea of exploring sensation in your magical work, kind of like all the different types of sensation the body offers. Well, there's one very unique sensation it's kind of hard to get, and that's having your entire body touched at the same time. And one of the few things able to do that is the wind. So if you have a comfort of a place that you can go where you can be nude outdoors, do that on a windy day and then thank me later. Okay, so the image here is that of 5 men competing for one woman. The situation is one of potential contention and struggle. This single element of feminine energy can spoil the union of 5 men. The woman can't marry all 5. Peaceful order demands on her ability to respond correctly to each of them. She must maintain composure and conduct herself well, otherwise she becomes the source of trouble. Be careful with your weapon, love. It's powerful. And you're stirring hearts. And those hearts, some of them have a connection that can potentially be damaged by that. And if you're not delicate with these individuals that you've drawn into your space that all have a little bit of you that they want, can turn into some serious issues if you play that game instead of being honest about it, right? So, now there's no changing lines here, and so we don't have to use the line guidance. However, this is just as a technique for people who are doing this on their own with the I Ching, or when you approach the I Ching, here's one way to do that. First of all, that was dead on bullseye, so we don't have to do the lines. But if you did want to, we can go to line 3 of the one that we permutated from, so that, why not? We'll go to line 3. The of the buttocks is hurt. One is restless and hesitant. Neither good fortune or a big problem exists because there's still no real connection. Amen. Right? It hasn't happened yet. Restlessness makes one's movement uncertain. However, no great loss has yet occurred. Yeah, but your butt hurts. Why? Because you're sitting and you're tired of waiting. So that's okay, and certainly get up and move around. But just move around with the expectation of receiving life until you finally figure out, okay, I found him, and he's ready for me. And listen, don't have the feeling in your mind that this is a weak man we're talking to. He can be a very strong man. The problem is that he's just not ready for you. And we did the tarot, and we know that you already know him. This is somebody you know, but for some reason he hasn't stepped up, so he's not on your radar. But you know who he is. Do you want to look at the other lines? Let's do it. It was 3, 4, and 5. Here's line 4. There's no fish in the kitchen. All right, I'm going to stop there, right? Drop your line where the fish are. Fish where the fish are. That's great. All right, line 5. The big tree overshadows. It provides a supportive framework and protects the gourds. The gourds will ripen and fall naturally. Yeah, like a butternut squash. That's my favorite gourd. The vines will also wither, but the tree remains stout, upright, and unshaken by matters which occur naturally. The big tree overshadows. It provides supportive framework and protects. The gourds will ripen and fall naturally. The vines will also wither, but the tree remains. It's okay to let go of the shit that's holding you back that you've never needed to begin with, and you have to be open to letting that go away. It's okay. The vines will wither, but the tree remains stout, upright, and unshaken, and that's the truth. What is the act of dying? Just dropping stuff that you don't need so that whatever's left is what you were to begin with. That's really all death is. There is no difference. Okay, so let's look at the nuclear now. The nuclear is a different circumstance. What the nuclear is you take those two inner trigrams and stick them together to get a new hexagram. And that new hexagram is actually based on, it's kind of like your twin number. When I did your name and then I did the permutation, and so we went from Vesta to Badal, it's the same idea now where we went from 52 to 62. 62 lives in there, right? There it is. It's right here and then right there. Right? So they're actually, it's beautiful that it became this symmetry. The two feminine with a masculine, the two feminine with a masculine rising and falling together to meet with those two in the center. Right. And so let's look at 62. Minor excess. Minor excess causes trouble. This is not safe for the bird to fly high. It should stay low. One should not attempt large undertakings at this time. Okay. It's kind of neat when you have a random hexagram tell you the same thing 3 times over and over. And so it's like, it gave us the answer. I'm going to keep reading because it's fun. But the reality is that, okay, we got our answer. And it's so clear. In this hexagram, thunder is above mountain. When there is a storm above a mountain, it's better to keep low. If the bird soars too high, it becomes caught in the storm, and when personal weakness predominates over inner strength, one should not go beyond one's capabilities or position. They'll go in over your head. However, such times of weakness are not necessarily dangerous if one acts in accordance with the natural principles that govern the situation. Thus, this is a time to be humble, not a time to undertake important matters. It's also a time here to look at that process. It's a natural process, meaning that timing is everything, and we all know that women mature faster. And it also it has to do with the experience that necessitates the maturity. That's why trust fund babies are babies their whole lives, because they never have a need to grow, right? Growth is a side effect of necessity. It's a side effect of a need that arises for that growth to take place. And without that necessity, growth doesn't happen. Okay? Cool. The only problem is I'm not waiting. And I want them to detach from me. That's cool. Well, the easy way to do that is like, this is it. This is it. You ready? This is very, very special. Okay? Put this aside. Pedal, thank you for joining me in my stream here, and thank you for joining this little family that's been built around this truth that we're speaking, and your participation in this process. And also what you wound up doing tonight is you gave me an ability to demonstrate this 14 different ways and to show results, and that matters, right? Like when I did that example last night of the intuition example, it would have been a very different circumstance had I failed at it, right? And you need an opportunity for that to take place, and you provided that tonight. You provided an opportunity for me to prove empirically on a live situation with no editing or nonsense. I have no idea who you are. That this system works if we let it happen. If we're open to each other, if we're open to hearing the thing that we need to hear instead of trying to put something else in there, actual truth happens. Like real truth. And that's going to change your behavior, right? You're going to act different now based on the situation. You may look somewhere different. You may say, let me just kind of like hold back real quick for looking for some man that's not ready for me. Or maybe I can reevaluate what it is I'm actually looking for so that I can put out a different energy when it does come time to be in his presence and recognize that he's there. And make sure that he's the correct one, right? That he's earned you. Because it's important when we come to that energy exchange here that the story is true. Which means that a man who enters a woman who has not earned that is not a man, and therefore is not going to fulfill you. That's a boy. And that doesn't mean that there is an opportunity for him to become a man and evolve with you, because you may be a girl thinking you're a woman. But the gist is that we have the natural flow of things. And that natural flow of things is that oftentimes we mature each other through the act of playing around, figuring out what an adult is. And then you go through the childish motions of what you think adults do, and then you suddenly look up and realize you're in love and that you're doing it the right way. And then we get to adulthood, forget all that, focus on our bodies, feel pain because we're trying to find love in a place that doesn't belong or exist. And then you bump into me and learn truth. So I'm glad it worked out that way. All the problem is that one of them... Yeah. I hear that. Wanting them to be gone is the problem. Right? I don't want to steal something from The Secret. That stuff back in the... I don't even know when it happened, whatever. Although there was some truth in it. It was sort of recycled New Thought movement. And they got it right. It was neat. But when you put out want, you get back want. What you need to do is a banishing. Right? And I'm serious. And so I'm going to offer you something here, okay? Text me at that number. Email me at that email. WhatsApp me at whatever you WhatsApp. Just you reach out to me with a way I can get to you, whether it's messenger or, again, call you, text you, email you, whatever the case. And I'm gonna talk you through and walk you through a simple banishing. It works. Bottom line, it's absolutely strong stuff. It works. It works. And so we'll do a banishment. He told you he wasn't ready, and you led him out the door. No, you didn't. But now, what you did is you put him through the first trial. You haven't been here in the channel too long yet, but you'll learn this. There's a system I put together. It's my own personal magical system, but it works, and it's something I offer to people to teach and whatever the case. And I'm going to be developing a deck that teaches the system. But really, what it's designed to do is to look at that specific thing right there, the story. And the story starts with this idea of the princess becoming the object of the desire of the prince. And she is you. Oh, you want it? Earn it. And so he says, okay, I'll do what I have to do. And so he goes through the trials. Trial number 1. I'm not ready. Okay, get out. And he left. He failed. He failed. The first one. But that's okay, so give him some slack, because he's really into you. And so he's going to be nervous, and he's going to have to work through some stuff. But if you're at this point where you're just like, forget all this... then that's fine. And if he's not the one and you're not willing to offer the next 2 trials, then that's up to you, right? But that's what happens. And so now, if you are willing, we'll take a look at the process and decide if it's time to go do a banishing or if it's time to give him another trial and see how he reacts to the another trial. You know, you never know. Okay, it looks like we're about to get hit with some shit. So I have the only love spell you will ever need. I typed it above. Let's read it out loud. Because, I mean, there's no more fun than just taking the ramblings of a witch with power that puts an incantation into a text message and just speak low magic to the world willy-nilly without regard. Let's do this. Lord and Lady above, protect my heart from untrue love. Keep me healthy, safe, and strong. Keep my faith in you and myself where it belongs. So mote it be. Beautiful. Let's read that again now, with the context of knowing that it's a love spell. Lord and Lady up above. Love that. Janet and Stuart Farrar just rolled over in their graves. Love that stuff. Protect my heart from untrue love. Are they still alive? Protect my heart from untrue love. Keep me healthy, safe, and strong. Beautiful. Keep my faith in you and myself where it belongs. Okay. It's a good one. Let's rephrase it. I love doing that. I rewrote the Lord's Prayer. Well, for me, I didn't rewrite the Lord's Prayer. Lord and Lady up above, I protect my heart from untrue love. Love. Keep me healthy, safe, and strong. Truth. Keep my faith in you and myself where it belongs. Always. I love truth always. Lord and Lady up above is I. We are the unification of the male and female divine manifest physically. So when I say I, that's what I mean. I mean Lord and Lady up above. Protect my heart from untrue love. Love does that. The real kind is impenetrable. It's awesome. It's infallible. It's bulletproof. It's infinite. It's eternal. It's immortal. It's unchanging. So protect my heart from untrue love is just the word love. So I love. Keep me healthy, safe, and strong. Truth. Love and truth, there is no disease because you're walking the truth. You're behaving correctly with your body, mind, and spirit all unison. And then the final and last. Love this. Keep my faith in you and myself where it belongs. Like, isn't that lovely? And so that's just like rewrite that new prayer. Love it. I called it a prayer. It's not a prayer unless you sob. I love it. It's a great prayer. It's a great spell because it covers all the bases. I'm invoking the masculine and feminine. I'm recognizing that they are separate from me and higher. I'm recognizing that there is a potential danger that my heart is in their hands and therefore it, be careful with it. You're recognizing that there's a thing called truth and that untrue is bad and that you don't want that in your space. Like all of it's really quite something. You want to banish a stalker? It's called police. You banish spirits with magic. You banish stalkers with cops. It's more of a prayer. Right? Although it depends, like what kind of stalker. Like stalker, like checking out your reels and shit, or like a stalker like is looking in your windows. There's a couple different kinds of stalker. This is a true story. When you're a psychic, you put yourself out. When you're an intuitive, you put yourself out. And I'm authentic. I'm genuine. I'm the real deal. I don't mess around, and I do my work properly. So that means we're all adults, and I'm going to speak things that sound a little kind of, romantic and loving and sexual and sensual, and we move each other and we touch each other from across time and space. And sometimes that can lead to little crushes, right? Well, someone showed up at my house and started leaving stuff, including in my bed. I came home from work and there was something in my bed, and they're in jail, right? And so the fact is that you can't. You got to be careful. Like, so what kind of a physical stalker? Yeah, okay. Yeah, you haven't called the cops? I don't know. That's, you gotta, I don't mess around, man. You know, I know the truth. The truth is that, you know, there's darkness in this world. There's darkness capable of killing babies, of dropping bombs on citizens, like on innocent people. You know, releasing, anyway, there's all kinds of very dark, and guess what? We're all capable of that. That darkness lives in all of us. It lives in the people we think we know and love. And now if you've integrated it, you're probably better off than most people. It's still there, but you can control it most of the time, right? The dark side. And we can play with it. We can actually enroll it in things when we want to have fun. But when we're just doing our thing, we don't need that coming up. But you don't know people, and so you have to be cautious when it comes to things like that, because they may be very dangerous, right? And so it's a matter of just recognizing that you need to protect yourself. And so if that means enrolling the police in the fact that you know this is happening, that might not be a bad idea. Wow. So we should talk about that, though. Okay, the one last year left a scent, and now they're gone. But this one's a woman. Okay, yeah. Well, you know what? There's been this kind of weird kind of energy of a female, older, sultry, but evil, like kind of stealing men, their attention from lovers. It's a strange energy that's floating around right now. You're being nice because she's a woman? Is she? Or is her form a woman? Like, what's in there? What's her motivation? But so that's something we can look into as well. Not now. I'm about to head out. My throat can take about 5 hours a night. We're getting close to that. And my head can do about 3. We'll see. Right. Okay. But we'll see. Yeah. But the banishing works. It's good stuff. And we'll do it privately. I have the tools, and we'll make it happen. And it works. And a love spell is a banishing in reverse. You know, any Wiccans in the room know that too. Like, you know, a banishing is a love spell in reverse. And here's the scarier part, right? She's you. She is you. We have to face the darkness. And what does that mean? That means all the dark in the world is actually inside of us. And if we don't recognize that and we stay separate from her and think she's separate, she's out there running around without our permission doing whatever she wants as an intelligence instead of being in us, and then we control it, and then we guide her and we tell her what to do or to go away. That's how you banish. Speaking is an act of creation, and when we speak, we stir that intelligence out in the world, and it becomes awakened. And just by speaking its name. And we don't speak with our voice. That's why we use sigils. We speak in symbol. We speak in sound. When we speak words in magic, we don't talk. We vibrate. It's almost like you're dramatically singing from the chest. Okay. Vistapada. Vistapada. You don't speak it. You vibrate it. Right? If it's a husband and a wife doing love magic, that's cool. Otherwise, it's creepy. So wrong. We'll talk. Sex magic's my wheelhouse. We'll speak about that. Just think about what happened in the past couple of days. Right? I don't even have to touch you to feel you and to put myself in you, right? And it happened. We all did this, and it's not a dirty thing. That's not some kind of dirty. It's not at all. This was heart to heart. This had nothing to do with body parts down there. It was just heart to heart. And look what happened. But it was real, wasn't it? I mean, the people who felt it knew that we weren't messing around. We weren't making up that emotion. And last night, I was off my butt drunk on the love that came from this room. Off my butt drunk from that love, right? I was like wobbling, trying to do the thing. But it worked because it was that intense. But it was awesome. Okay, what's your opinion on this before you go? Okay, what's that? Let's see. I don't do the hags. Okay. You want? I'll go study Wiccan protection. Sure, and then we can talk about that too. Yeah, low magic is powerful. Low magic is stronger than high magic when you're talking about this kind of stuff. With respect to like just the idea of protecting yourself from certain entities. A high magic approach is very technical, and it requires you to understand the actual energetic name of the entity that you're trying to banish. And low magic is like, bitch, divine feminine, step off, and it goes. And you have to invoke it properly for it to work. But it does. It's that kind of simple. It's sort of like becoming your feminine, actually allowing the goddess into your heart to the degree that it like casts light and it can be seen, and then they will run from it. So that's the short version, but it works. All right. Let's see. Okay. What if a man impregnated a witch because he knew she was a witch? I've done that. That's why I married my wife. I fell in love with her, but I knew there was something there, my ex-wife. But that said, that's why. And we wound up having 3 beautiful little red-headed girls as my daughters. My daughters are these 3 beautiful little witches. They're going to bring gorgeous magic into this world. They already are. I started reading stuff before I found this channel, and I figured I was playing mug. Okay, yeah, mugwort, okay. Herbology, naturopathy, homeopathy, aromatherapy, and these sympathetic magics require a little bit of a vocabulary understanding, but the study is not hard. It's actually very easy stuff. This is not complicated. It's a matter of just getting to know some energies and being a little bit sensitive to the subtler side of that. So you can put something in your hand and feel it. Put something in your mouth and feel it, in your nose. You experience it with all the senses, each herb. And then there are some charts we can talk about, and resources for you to look at the different correspondences between colors and the different herbs, tarot cards in the herbs, I Ching in the herbs, notes of the scale, and all these things to kind of get a vibe. Well, sure. And stinky's good for some spirits. It attracts certain ones that are good and repels certain ones that are bad. Some of the best stuff in the world's stinky. Like look at the Parmesan cheese, sourdough starter, right? Truffle tastes great though, right? But yeah, and here's the ultimate way to protect yourself. Just try this one time. There is no more powerful magic in the world than true love. That's not a Disney line. Now that we've had adults in a room full of smart people talking about strong stuff, you know the truth of that. And so now consider what that means. What you do is you fill your heart with love, right? And now, once it's filled in there, speak it out to the world in the form of an imaginary in your head, because it won't be, dome of that love that surrounds you. You have so much pouring out of you that you are enveloped in a ball of water, and you're floating in the middle of that in your mind. Okay, that energy is that's a low magic, quick down and dirty circle. That you need to throw a circle up now. That's a way to do it real fast. Just get your heart filled with an N emotion, usually an emotion that is loving in nature, that you can get filled up with quick, and speak it back out through the heart, and that circle will be there for a bit, and anything that's in the presence of that don't belong there is going to run from it screaming. Okay, be the cup, be flowing, overwhelming with love, and just recognize it. Go back to a memory of when that love was given to you and you were filled up, and just let it out into your space, and just let it out into your, and there's certain things that can't cross that barrier if they wanted. That's quick, down and dirty, and we can talk about techniques for how to do magic circles and stuff. And eventually on this channel, I am going to get into more advanced. I'm keeping it sort of like, low to middle. And the advanced stuff, the people who come in here that are advanced, they know. They can hear me read between the lines. I speak in neurolinguistic programming. I speak in secret. And so there's plenty of people that know these things that are hearing, yep, right? And the rest of you are hearing it subconsciously. But you're all getting the truth. Picture yourself in a boat on a river. Oh, wait, a mirrored sphere. Inside of it, I love that. Let me have that experience for a moment. What would that look like? Let me just think. That would look like it would look like the upside down back of your head. If I were facing forward in a mirrored sphere, I would see the upside down version of the back of my head. Is that true? Has anyone done that work? Is that true? I'm going to do it tonight. I'm going to have that meditation. Why not? But I'm curious. It deflects all toxic energy directed at you. Okay. Yeah, I can barely use any resources at all. That's my big imagine. Well, if you love it, then it'll come to you. Just speak the word truth in as many ways possible, and you'll be creating it all over the place. Okay. Well, listen, guys, thank you so much for everybody who came out to the stream tonight. It was a lot of fun. It was cool. Again, sort of not having a plan and going through it the way that we did. I think it worked out well. Tanamera, thank you so much for your contribution to me being able to show this oracle and you producing it to show to your people, or to at least use in your own work, and let me know how it works for you. Let's just take a moment to give some love to somebody who popped in on this little community and decided to come back. Her name is Vesta, and she's a valuable member now. I really appreciate you popping in and the discourse, and I appreciate you trusting me with my wisdom to your personal issues. And thank you for letting me use my oracle on you. And so we can show the world that this simple thing, that anybody can go out for a couple of dollars at Michael's and buy some beads and have this wisdom available to them, right? And we talked about the dance. Again, another reflection of this beautiful wisdom that we're all here to make love to ourselves. That's why we're here. And to be open to that. That we're all just giving and receiving each other and ourselves. Because those two things are the same thing. And when we do that, we get to share in each other's mind, share in each other's hearts, share in each other's bodies. And recognize that we're not sharing spirit, because we're all just the one to begin with. And we've never been separate. And you feel good. Thank you for loving me. And I love you back. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. It happened, and it was wonderful.